city of Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. My name's Abdel. Join with me is, of course, Wolf and Trex, where today we'll be covering Group A. We got 4 different teams. What do you guys feel about today?
Well, Group B, I mean Group A, we're going to be wrapping up Group A today. We can see some deciders. It seems like it's been one of the most up and down groups so far, and I think anything could happen.
Yeah, I love it and hate it at the same time, knowing that it's just day 2, but we're probably going to be knowing which teams will not make it to the playoffs. Just kind of crazy, think about it. But then, of course, I'm excited to see who will make it to the playoffs.
Yeah, here's the thing. It's only day 2, and we're going to be seeing teams celebrating, and some teams, unfortunately, it's going to be a little bit sad. But we got to talk about what happened yesterday, man, because a lot of things happened. Like for Stream A, we got 3 sweeps.
That's right.
And the last game of the day, RQ Akira going up against Evil's Glory, it was a 1-1. You saw the games?
The games, yes, I saw
Yeah.
all of the games. Stream A and B, I saw them all.
You know what? Here's the thing.
What a guy.
For us to really refresh our memories, let's actually check out the day 1 recap.
Got the heart of a hero, spirit of a champion, brave and invincible.
Honestly, yesterday, even though it was sweeps, it was not close at all. Like, one of the games that really surprised me was Falcons APBren going up against XYG, where even though it was a sweep, XYG almost had game number 2. What about you, Wolf?
Yeah, I think before the tournament started, when I saw the schedule that we will be covering, actually, I thought it would be full sweeps, full-on sweeps, except the last series. Didn't go as expected because it went close. I mean, I did expect a 2-0 between like Fnatic Onyx, like Team Liquid, as well as Falcons APBren.
Yeah.
However, the games were really close, and that's really what excited me about MSC.
So, Trex, I know you've watched a lot of Stream B as well.
All of Stream B.
Anything to update on Stream B?
Yeah.
You know?
Well, you know, Cloud9 didn't do so great. We all saw that. They did come close.
They got
We
close.
we saw SRG and Myanmar also, right?
Yeah,
on Stream
1-1
B. That
against
was 1-1, close matches.
Yeah.
You know, I think all over there was some upsets throughout the day on Stream A and Stream B. I think I'm excited to see how Group A finishes today, honestly. That's where I'm really at.
I mean, like, if we're going to talk about measurements of how amazing Group Day was, we had 1 million, over 1 million PCU on day number 1. Today, I hope we reach it again, and maybe even much more. Now, the thing is, yesterday, a lot of crazy plays happened. We got a lot of reactions coming in from the players, from the casters. It is one of those, I would say MSC is shaping up as one of those tournaments where we have a lot of highlight reels. In fact, with that, let's actually check out the Pepsi's top reactions.
It's a great day for esports and a beautiful day here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia.
Coming to you live from the grandest stage ever, the Amazon Arena.
BMI into the back line quickly, which the crowds are being popped, but it's too late. The damage has been done. Actually, finds the final slash onto 3 targets, allowing him to get back in, but Carlson, that's what I've been waiting for. Now, that's Carl's easy, just auto-attacking Troll, and that's just the end of the game. They're trying to escalate the situation. He dies immediately off the brilliance, and now the crystal will fall. Fnatic Onyx takes the game 21 kills to 7. QT by himself, single-handedly turning it around. Here too, and he gets a kill, and another bot dropped up top. Fnatic Onyx don't want to stop.
Dude, I gotta say the casters sound like they had a lot of fun, dude.
Yeah.
Like, especially watching the Moskov hitting the Spear of Destruction over to the likes of Fanny and then getting those kills. Like, dude, it's a good time to be a caster.
Definitely a great time to be a caster. I mean, and not only that, Carl Teasy on Ling yesterday. You know how long it's been since we got to see him bust some moves like that?
Bust some moves, yeah.
Bust a move.
Yeah, bust a move. Yeah, and not only that, I think Benecute is also on fire. There's so many other standouts as well. Like, I think Annabelle was unleashed in one of the games. Unfortunately, we saw him like X-Borg in game number 2, which is kind of, yeah, you want to see him. He was great. Don't get me wrong, but I think we want to see him more in Assassins, you know.
Here's the thing. The thing about NFL for me is that his fighters are hit or miss. Now, you know what? We've been talking about how great it is to be a caster. Now we got to talk about how great it is to be an analyst because we're going to look at the Aramco top 5 plays. And we get to talk about it this time because we're going to look at top 5 plays that happened yesterday. Again, thank you very much to Aramco. So let's check it out. Got a top 5 plays for yesterday, and this is the match where Kyrie on that Ling was amazing, Wolf.
Oh yeah, Kyrie was just very comfortable with this, and I think that they gave a lot of alley-oops to Kyrie when he plays this Ling.
Yeah, and honestly, during the match as well, Lutfi really showing himself, even though he's technically a rookie, but he really showed up. And now we're looking at a game where Benecute on that Moskov, dude, highlights over highlights over highlights.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, overall, Liquid Echo, we saw Benecute, we saw Carl Teasy, and they took their time with this one, but still showed that, I mean, even in the Lord Pit, even under towers, they are just dominating the enemy.
Yeah, and this is the fight where Annabelle on that Ling, like, we're really looking at day number 1 and really proving to everyone Assassins is back. Annabelle, he took his time, but once he's got his items, he's online. Now we got to look at the top 1 play of the day.
Oh, this
and my, Annabelle again.
Yeah, it was Annabelle again, but Clockon as well as Dreams made this happen. Dreams was the one to start it with an implosion that really blocked off the entirety of RQ, and that TP play coming off from Clockon. And the way that he lands his rotation, mind you, landing first kill and second kill combo, the double vacuum that most pros call it, although it's totally different quotation.
I mean, like, for me, I prefer calling it the yin-yang reaction.
The yin-yang reaction, all right. Yeah, pros call it double vacuum. It's difficult to land. I don't know if you've tried it, but for me, it wasn't easy, and Clockon made it really easy.
Yeah, Clockon definitely.
I mean, here's the thing. It's like, it's one of those things where it's muscle memory, right? We have to get used to using it. But now, we have 4 amazing matches of today. We've got to look at the ALJ match of the day. So this is going to be the highlight for today. Let's check out the ALJ match of the day. And during this match of the day is the one that I'm personally interested in. Fireflux Esports going up against EVO's Glory. I got to say, Fireflux for today, they got to win everything.
They do, after taking that loss, and I think there was a lot of hype around Fireflux, but also the fact that EVOS took a loss against RQ on game makes this even tighter, right? It makes it's really what makes Group A in general so tight, but it gives Fireflux some opportunity, it gives the rest of some teams some opportunity since EVOS take that loss.
Yeah, you know what? I think this probably might be elimination game for both of them in a way that if they lose 0-2, whichever team loses 0-2, will definitely not have any more chance of getting into the playoffs. That's how cutthroat this group stage is.
I mean, for us to really see which teams is going to be looking good and not going to be looking great, we got to look at the match schedule. So let's look at the match schedule, and then we can give our reactions of what could happen, because we're starting off with RQ Akira going up against Fireflux, EVO's Glory going up against NIP Flash, and Flash will play again against RRQ Akira back-to-back. And then again, our ALG match of the day is going to be Fireflux going up against EVO's Glory.
So it's huge for Fireflux to win this right here. If they get 2-0'd here, they are essentially out in the... They are out, not essentially. They are out in the first series. It's going to be one of the most important games, and they are getting thrown right into it.
Yeah, I really like seeing RQ Akira, especially after whatever happened in M5. I had a chance to meet them at dinner, actually. They were very happy about, even when it was a draw, it kind of felt like a real victory for them because it gave them a fighting chance in this group. At the same time, that was momentum. They felt like they could have won game number 1 going up against EVO's Glory, and maybe it was just the jitters, but now they have really settled in. I'm excited to see more of RQ Akira today.
I mean, like, here's the thing. We heard that Takashi was like, you know, it's probably my fault. Maybe the CC pick wasn't as great, but again, it could be the jitters. But I gotta see, our casters, are you guys having the jitters? Because I want to talk to you guys. How are you guys feeling about Group A for today? And there you go, guys. The casters for today is going to be Papa Naisu and Baby Mirko.
Yep.
Honestly, great combination. I feel like Mirko is one of those people that age backwards.
Yeah.
Hasn't aged at all.
His brain is deteriorating.
Yeah.
Me and Mirko, we have a love-hate relationship. It's more on the hate rather than the love.
Yeah.
But you know,
Hey, it's a relationship nonetheless.
it's a relationship, and relationships have a lot of ups and downs.
Are you very happy that Mirko is no longer here with us in the stand, the studio?
Hello, Slifel.
I'm ecstatic.
Almost as ecstatic as this game coming up.
Honestly, here's the thing. Our casters, they feel shaky, they feel jittery. But again, we gotta look. I saw just now, right? In terms of the standings, Group A and Group B are the only groups with 1-1. So again, it does look like Group B is living up to the hype as the group of death, where it's still uncertain. And Group A, we were talking about his backstage strikes, where you feel like Group A is the group that can have a possible upset.
Yeah, or at this point, are they even upset?
Yeah, they're
right?
not even
Oh,
upset.
yeah.
anymore.
Good
What's
question.
also great to see is that the fact that NIP Flash is sitting 2-0 and it's the only one with a 2-0, they have some room to play here as well, right? Like, they don't have to 2-0 anybody. They could get a 1-1 and still look very strong in the standings. Just a lot of possibilities in this group overall.
Yeah. Which makes us really hyped up for this particular matchup. For RQ Akira, for example, if they win 2-0, they have guaranteed their spot already, even when it's like technically guaranteed. So it will be a good start of the day to actually start against Fireflux. Unfortunately for Fireflux, this is a must-win for them as well. Like there's really no option. 1-1 is not an option for them in this particular series. They have to win 2-0.
You know, here's the thing. Heading on to our first match today, RQ Akira going up against Fireflux Esports. For you guys at home, we got an STC prediction. So make sure you guys let us know your prediction. What do you guys think? It's going to be a 2-0 for which team? Is it going to be a 1-1? Either ways, your prediction really matters for us. We want to know what you think. But for now, honestly, you guys have been great, but we got to go over to the stage and actually see the opening from our host, Mara, as well as Sandstorm.
Ladies and gentlemen from all over the world, welcome to the Amazon Arena.
أيها السيدات والسادة مرحبا بكم في الأمازون أرينا.
My name is Mara Aquino,
And my name is the Root Sandstorm.
and this is the Mid-Season Cup 2024 at the Esports World Cup. So today is the second day of our group stages, and we'll see 4 teams from Group A fight with all they've got to move on to the next round.
That's right. Day one was filled with sweeps, 2-0 for the first, second, and third series of the day. But the final one was a 1-1 between RRQ and EVOS Glory. The question is, what is the story going to be today for Group A's teams?
It's been an exciting day yesterday, and today I can see the players are super pumped up to get ready to go on stage. Now let's talk about today. After this undisputed champion of Latam's hard-fought series yesterday against the White Tigers, they're back here in the Amazon Arena to go up against the bastion of Turkey.
Now, Fireflux Esports need to reignite their blaze because after suffering a sweep against the Group A top seed, NIP Flash, every game they play, every fight they take is a fight for their life.
Can Takashi lead the kingdom once again to victory? Hailing from Brazil, RRQ Akira.
Now, RRQ Akira's series yesterday against EVOS Glory was a testament to their potential. They may have had it rough in their previous international stints, but things are looking good for them here at the MSC 2024 in Riyadh.
But you know, their opponents are not strangers to the international stage. In fact, RRQ Akira has been wishing for a rematch with this opponent. The champions from Turkey, introducing Fireflux Esports.
Back in the M5 World Championship, Fireflux Esports came up against RRQ Akira, but unfortunately, they came up just a little bit short. And now, as they go up against them one more time, the question is, will the representatives of LATAM repeat history, or will we see Turkey's delegates fan their flames to level the playing field?
And who will get to keep their keys? Because in partnership with the Esports World Cup, each team gets their personalized key to represent their participation and their success here at MSC 2024.
That's right. The keys that you see today, right here on the stage, are engraved with the mark of being the best. While they all have it now, the question is, there can only be one champion of MSC 2024. Who will that be?
And speaking of the best, they're using the best gaming phone right now. If you take a look at all of their players, they're using ROG for their ping test right now, and that's powered by Snapdragon 8 Gen 3 mobile platform.
That's right. Asus ROG is the official gaming phone of MSC 2024.
Now, they're ready to go. Take a look at them. Earlier today, we saw them walking around. I'm not sure if they're nervous, but I know each game counts for them. It seems like one team is a little bit more confident and the other one very serious.
I mean, I want to say, looking at both teams right now, nerves have to be playing a factor. There might be quite a lot of pressure on their shoulders. You're competing at the Mid-Season Cup 2024, at the Esports World Cup. It is bound to get to you, but can they handle the pressure, Mara?
I know that I can handle more action today in the Land of Dawn, and I can't wait to get it going. So how about let's go to the studio for our panelists to hear more from them. All right, take it.
And we shall receive. Thank you very much, Mara, as well as Sandstorm. We got to talk about the relentless demonstration. RQ Akira and Fireflux, they meet again. In M5, RQ won 2-1. Now, this is just the best of two. So if we're following the previous tournament that they've met each other, it should be a 1-1. But Wolf, like you said, that's not the result that you want.
That's, well, it doesn't matter what I want when it comes to the results. But what I do expect from this matchup is it should be close. However, when I look back at Fireflux's performance yesterday, I was really surprised. I mean, I didn't catch it live. I saw it afterwards and was surprised how badly they performed compared to what I expected them to be. So this will be very difficult. Hopefully, Fireflax have woken up, and hopefully that they will outperform themselves from yesterday.
Yeah, it almost feels like a lot of teams are still kind of adapting, or they're
Yeah.
they're just a little rusty if you haven't been playing the
Maybe,
assassin.
yeah,
Because
yeah.
Tianzi, it's true, he was playing the Ling yesterday, and it
Yeah.
just he didn't seem to perform like some other Ling players
Yeah.
have been performing on the stage. It's definitely something to look at, and it's great to be able to see two non-SEA regions face off. It's not
Yeah.
very often you get to see two Western regions kind of.
That's right.
You know, we already know SEA is super strong. It's good to see some power rankings on
Yeah.
the rest of the world.
Interestingly, some of the Western teams went to Southeast Asia to train for MSC. I know the Team Spirit went there. I know that Cloud9 also went to Asia. I'm pretty sure that these two teams didn't go to Asia. Maybe because you know, it's not that easy because you will go
Yeah.
back and forth. But what I'm trying to say here is that we had really, I had zero knowledge of what the performance is for RQ Akira as well as Fireflux when it comes to scrims in preparation for this tournament. So we're going to be going in blind, but we do know that Fireflux, they're not performing as advertised, while RQ Akira outperformed themselves yesterday.
And now we're jumping into the draft. Fireflux is going to be first pick on the blue side. RRQ Akira will be the second pick on the red side. And looking at the bans here coming in from Fireflux, they don't want any kind of sustain. And the EDIF has chain CC, so looks like they
okay.
might want to have a brawlish kind of composition coming in from Fireflux. And then
Yep.
RRQ Akira, they just got to go with the respect bans.
Should be Loi for the first pick, right? Or maybe somewhere along the lines for Roger. But we've proven yesterday that Lui is just way too strong in the meta game. Not because of the innate ability of the hero, but of how much it activates the other members because of the diversion ultimate.
Yeah, I mean, even after the nurse, Louis still stands the test of time right now. And with how many other powerhouse picks there are right now, it just shows how strong this Louis is. But a lot of teams have been giving things up. We've seen like the Valentina up
That's right.
front, and people kind of are really willing to throw different picks around here and there, but the Louis definitely has to get locked in.
Should be Arlott and Roger. They don't want to give Lui and Arlott altogether for Fireflux. It's such a very strong combination. And Roger, obviously, the strongest marksman that we have right now. If Harith as well as Ling is banned, the stock for Roger increases. But no, this is different. You get the Louis Grok. Third time in a row that he's going to be playing this. And then Takash, second time in a row, going in for this comfort, picking up the Terizla. So RQ Akira are getting everything that they wanted. But again, Arlott, Louis, very strong combo. Having the Roger also means that the sustain, the body of Smith from the Terizla is not that much of a factor because you have that elimination factor. So, but the Baksha is the choice here for Fireflux.
Honestly, I kind of feel like we can talk about this Terizla because we've seen Terizla popping up more and more, and it does look like Terizla is a very safe engage because you're not going to get bursted down because of two items, the Queen's Wings as well as the Winter Crown, making it so that even though you have an engaged roam or something like the Grok, but perhaps the one that is more reliable is actually the Terizla.
I think one big thing with the Terizla and just EXP lane in general, it seems very tight right now, right? There's the Edith that you can flex around, there's the Arlott you can flex around, but other than that, it's kind of Terizla and Yuzong, and if you don't pick up an EXP lane early, then you're left with not many choices because we're seeing the Yuzong get banned out in second phase, or we're seeing the Terizla get banned out in second phase. So my question is, Wolf, is this Arlott roam right here? And if it's not, what do they have left if the Yuzong gets banned out?
And it's the beauty of the Arlott, right? You pick it up in the first phase, then you have both roam and as well as your EXP kind of filled up because it's so flex that it's good at both both roles. So to answer your question, what else do you have in roam? Like Minotaur, for example, is one of the heroes that I think about, and Fireflux unfortunately will not have access to that. Another hero is the Tigreal. So if there will be an attack speed based marksman that will be revealed here by RQ, for example, a Claude in their fourth pick, Tigreal now looks really good for Fireflux. If that is not available, then you're left with a Ruby or a Cho. That surprisingly, Cho, I have not seen so much in the first day of the group stages. When I thought that after the patch, Cho is one of the strongest heroes that we can pick up in the roam.
But now we got to look at RQ Akira's first three picks. It looks like it's going to be more or less the same draft that they used going up against EVO's Glory, where they had a very good early game, mid game, and they closed it off very, very convincingly. The marksman that they used was the Beatrix, but again, that was kind of a pick that you're forced on So right now, RQ Kira, they have a solid front line that looks very comfortable for them.
Yeah, both teams kind of sticking to that utility jungle, right? Just kind of solid up front. And Fireflux, we saw them pick the Ling yesterday, but I kind of like that they're going back to this Basha because from what we know of Fireflux, you know, the Turkish delight.
Yeah,
the Ube,
exactly.
You know, the
Exactly.
Blacklist-esque strategy. So seeing them on the
Exactly.
Ling, I was very worried if they were going to be able to adapt to the meta. But the Basha, we saw it from Liquid Echo. It's still a strong pick. It is a very good utility jungler right now. Maybe even debated to be better than the Fredrin.
I feel like it's
of
the
early
best.
game. Yeah.
I feel like
So,
it's
I mean,
the best.
Okay.
I think it's good for Fireflux here.
For sure. Fits their profile. You can pick up, especially with the Lugi, you have a lot of horsepower with that Ardent as well as the backshot that you can just keep on fighting, which means that you can settle for somewhere along the rest for Roger, or maybe even Moscow, so that you have a lot more global presence, I would say. Farsa is going to be banned. I really like this ban coming out from Fireflux. So RQ, they're going to be left with maybe Aurora, which they really like, or the Vex.
Vexana, yeah.
Vex that they actually prioritize. And I think picking it up fourth is not going to be a problem at all, because that means that you're not revealing your marksman just yet, your main core carry heroes.
Wait, is Roger still up?
Roger's still available.
Oh,
Moscow is
yeah.
also available. One of the rare occurrences. But they pick up the Novaria, which is an answer to the Lui. Yep. Which now makes it so that Fireflux can just get another tanky hero for the EXP, so that it can match up with a with the Terizla.
Honestly, the RQ
Export,
lineup,
perhaps.
right now is screaming, we want the turtle, because again, having the Novaria is going to help out the Terizla, the Grok, as well as the Fredrin to actually start things up. And now the Moskov gets picked up by Fireflux.
The Lolita is going to be there. So Claude is going to be very bad for RQ. They might be forced to go for the Roger now, which is not that bad, actually.
Yeah, the Roger's solid, especially up
Yeah.
against Lolita. It immediately gives an answer to that and makes it so the shield is essentially pointless. Yes, you could drop a meteor here. I mean, you could shield a meteor here and there from the Novaria, but it definitely kind of nullifies that whole idea.
Exactly. Well, I guess the next best bet is okay. Well, okay.
They don't care about no shield.
They don't care.
They don't care about no shield.
Well, they have the BMI to get to the backlines. Maybe they're comfortable with that, but yeah, I like the Fireflux draft here.
You know, I feel like when they're in this kind of situation, they need to use what they feel comfortable with. And with that, I'm very comfortable of throwing it over to our casters, Papa Naisu, as well as Baby Mirko. It's your turn. Thank you very much to our casters. And I gotta say, Wolf, like letting go of this Lu Yi, the yin yang reaction, the double vacuum, like Fireflux had a tough game, but once Rosa got a good catch, it's all over. Fireflux took over.
Luis just too strong. And we can see this was the first team fight that really turned things around. They were able to invite Argyll into their own box that I always talk about. Their own. It's actually a circle if you think about it. But what I'm saying is that they invited to their own zone that they managed to just pick them apart one by one. And I think that Lolita is such a good pick because it countered the Novaria. At the same time, RQ Akira were kind of stubborn picking up the Claude versus Lolita, which I didn't like, and we really feel the the impact of that pick.
And so many of those fights won where Fireflux and RQ, getting those fights inside of that jungle, inside of those really tight spaces where Rosa could really just capitalize, get the duality procced, be able to bring everyone together, and you pair that up with eventually giving the time to Sunshine scaling. It was just recipes for disaster for RQ.
Looking at the itemization here, the one that I really want to talk about is actually Takashi, where we see a lot of Terizlas nowadays. They pick up the War Axe and then picking up the Queen's Wings, but it looks like he went for the traditional build of going full defense except for that Fury Hammer. What do you think, Wolf?
Yeah, I guess he understood the situation where the damage output is going to come from the Cloud. So it's a 4 protect 1 strategy from RQ Akira. And he knows this because he needed a Dominance Ice, especially because he knows that Arlet plus Louis is eventually going to be online faster than most. Like, if you're looking at like Assassin plus the marksman kind of composition, the damage output comes late into the game. But in this case, you want to pick up the dominant size first so that you can have a fighting chance in that turtle.
And I feel like this is one of the reasons why Baxia is the best utility jungler now, because you don't have to rush for those items. Sure, you can. It's an option. But the thing is, with Baxia, you have options. If you want to delay and you want to go for something a little bit more tanky, then you can do that. But we've got to talk about RQ Akira as well, where honestly it was a close game, right?
I mean, they definitely held down in the early game, securing every single turtle. King played an amazing game in the early game, but then, I mean, Moskov goes butter. Moskov just...
he goes butter?
He goes butter. No, man, you let the Moskov scale, and I feel like every time we've seen a Moskov picked, if it gets to the late game, it's GG's.
Yeah, but again, we got to talk about Fireflux. We got to talk about Rosa, because I feel like Rosa is the MVP for this game, because again, once Rosa gets a lot of those yin-yang reactions, the duality, the double vacuum, whatever you guys want to call it, it's lights out for RQ Akira. So let's look at our Sony MVP of the game. And we got to look at the highlights here to refresh ourselves. What really happened in that one?
I have this rule of not picking up the Fredrin when there is Louis, just because Fredrin is always like almost front to back. It's like the bona fide front to back kind of hero, right? It's jungle. And Louis just completely counters that. It's almost always difficult to play the Fredrin in this situation because you're going to be attacking through the duality, which there's really no legitimate way for you to kind of dodge that. You kind of want to outplay it maybe with the Grok or something. But technically speaking, Rosa will definitely have a great time because there's always someone who can that he can utilize the bounce off of. You know, the dispersion, if I'm thinking. There's a bounce, right? So there's always an avenue for you to bank off your shots just because of the presence of the Fredrin.
And we gotta say, KDA isn't everything, because only with 4 KDA, 100% kill participation, Rosa was everywhere during the fight. And again, Rosa is a top mid laner, not just in his region, but I would argue around the globe. Like, Rosa's amazing. Giving him a meta mid laner, it's gonna be a nightmare.
Yeah, I mean, for a second I was a little worried with Rosa. We didn't see that many diversions coming in the very early game. I kind of want to see, but once Rosa got oiled up, started moving around, was able to really, capitalize on those. I think it took a little bit of time for Fireflux to kind of get in their zone, but once it was there, it felt like there was nothing RQ could do.
Let's talk about Gusta Lagusta, because you were talking about how the Lolita was good going up against the Claude, and we saw a lot of rotations by both roamers actually going to the gold lane.
Yeah.
But again, Gusta Lagusta did not have a good game on the Claude.
Yeah, for sure. So, I kind of thought about the draft, right? When we were predicting some of the picks, I thought it would have been a Roger, so that you're not that concerned about the
shield,
the shields, because you could just go wolf form and then your AOK could go to the backlines. You have the Grok to initiate with you as well as the Teresa. So overall, that would have made sense. I did say that the least hero that they should pick up was the Claude because it was completely nullified, but unfortunately they cannot hear me. And
Maybe they
Gusta La
can.
maybe they can. But yeah, Gusta La Gusta wasn't set up for success in this game. Maybe because you have the idea of going for BMI into the backlines. That didn't happen because the backlines went to them anyways because of the diversion. But yeah, I think we cannot judge Gusta La Gusta's performance just because of this game, because of the fact that he was given a
Yeah.
bad hero to start with.
I mean, here's the thing. You learn, you live, you lie. Da-na-na-na-na. Either ways, I kind of
Okay.
feel like there will be some kind of adjustments coming in from RQ Akira. But again, this is important for Fireflux, where if they want to stay in the competition, they really need to win the second game. But looking at how RQ Akira played early as well as the mid game, it's only during the late game that Fireflux was able to really capitalize and use that draw very well. Because like you said, Louis is pretty good going up against the Fredrin. I got to ask, Rex, do you think that there's going to be any kind of adjustment, doesn't matter coming in from RQ Akira or Fireflux?
I think that RQ Akira bans the Louis this time.
Yeah.
But again, do they switch sides here? Does RQ take blue side this time? So maybe they leave the Louis open and force Fireflux to ban it. Definitely a big chance of us seeing a different draft overall. Maybe some of the same picks. Maybe some trade-ups in that blue-red, but we'll see.
And honestly, I got to talk about Takashi because King, I feel like, was very good. He was setting up the fight. He was going in front. He was taunting as many people as he can. But Takashi wasn't really being all that proactive. What the, like, I don't know, Wolf. Basing on what we've seen Terizla has been doing in day number 1, I felt like Takashi could have done a little bit more.
Yeah, maybe because of the supplements. Like when you look at the Terizla, sometimes you look at it in a box manner where you're setting up your front lining. Sometimes you look at it in an assassin base where you can jump in and there's someone else to go with you. I think in this particular case, because of the presence of the lead, that's the box type of strategy is difficult because you're always going to be the front line, and at the same time, you're kind of a liability to your team because if you jump in, the Louis will just pop the dispersion, and everyone behind you will receive the damage. You're not gonna feel it, but the others will.
So it's kind of like looking on the outside, it looks like everything is fine. But honestly, there's a battle within. Battle within. Speaking of battle within, we got Soul Vessel Series skins. Amon, a Vessel of the Seed, and Hanabi, Vessel of Rage, are slated for stunning reveals. So don't miss out. Make sure you guys grab those heroes.
Now you're pronouncing it correctly. Amon.
But you like how I transition into that?
Yeah.
Yeah, you like that same way. Is that
Beautiful.
It was beautiful.
Just like you.
No, you're
No,
beautiful.
you're beautiful. Wolf's beautiful.
You're beautiful.
Nice is the most beautiful, man.
Oh, that's true.
Spider-Man meme.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
How about Mirko?
It's honestly nice.
How about Mirko?
No. It's nicer because
talking about Mirko,
you know the thing about Naisu. You know one of his favorite words?
What?
Juicing. Juicing, the new mage hero has arrived with her exclusive pack. Get the hero and her ethereal serenity skin during the launch week for only 469 diamonds. You can also get her skin for only 51 diamonds during the first 14 days. Mark your calendars. Make sure you guys get it now.
Another one.
That was good, wasn't it?
That was a great one.
You know what? I've
10 out of 10.
I've been sleeping on it. When I'm sleeping, this is the things that I dream about. It's like, oh, how am I going to transition for tomorrow? My dreams are weird. That 8 hours of sleep,
It helped.
Well,
it helped.
speaking of dreams, it's Fireflux's dream to win this game. I'm wondering, you know, will they actually be able to pull this off, right? RQ looked really great yesterday. And if Fireflux does win, what does it mean for, like, Group A here? Does it Fireflux over RQ? RQ
Yeah.
took the game out of EVOS. Fireflux
Oh.
lost to NIP
Yeah.
Flash, though.
It might depend on Evo's Glory's performance. I mean, especially
Exactly.
in our ALJ match of the day, if they eventually win against Evo's Glory, that would be great. I think that Fireflux are in a very comfortable spot now, winning one game up against RQ. And if they do bring the momentum when they now go up against Evo's Glory, that will be even better for them.
I mean, like, it really sets up our ALJ match of the day. So I feel like now being the situation that at worst for both teams it's going to be a 1-1, it's really setting up the entire day because we were talking about how if this is a 2-0 for RQ Kira, it's basically the end for Fireflux. So you know what?
Yeah.
In terms of drama, this is the best they can get.
This is definitely the best they can get. And I love me some drama.
I love drama, man.
But also I love me some Fireflux. So, you know, I want to see the group get tossed around a little bit. So
You love
I'm-
everything, man.
except for you.
You know what? It's okay. You know what? Like, it's okay for people to hate me because you can't hate someone without loving them first.
That's true.
That's true. But but also not loving someone doesn't mean you hate
Yeah,
him.
it doesn't mean I hate
Like,
you, Lefel.
For example, now you definitely hate Mirko, right?
110%.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you guys are like best friends.
You're like a
We're best friends, yes.
So how does that work?
It's kind of like,
It's like Louis.
You know what?
and-
Watch
It's like
his vlog.
Lolita and Fred and Claude.
Shout out to Mirko's vlog. Watch his vlog and then you have a good understanding
Okay, very
of what's
well.
going on.
Yeah,
Claude?
like Claude hates Lolita, but if Claude gets the items,
You know
it goes for BMI and Flicker.
Granger's the shot, bounce back.
Yeah.
Like that hurts more. It has a critical damage on it.
So who's the Granger?
Dude, I'm definitely the Lolita.
Okay.
What's the most satisfying skill to bulwark back at something?
Oh,
Dawning
interesting
Light
question.
is mine.
Dawning Light. it
Dawning
is
Light.
Dawning
The
Light.
giant
It is-
ball just...
Exactly,
Oh,
exactly.
yeah.
Like Dawning Light into a Lord Steel, into a Savage. Good. Dude, legit, I've killed many people with the Bulwark.
Wow.
I've been
So you're
spamming
legit the
Lolitas.
Lolita, okay.
I'm a legit Lolita player. I deflect hate. Because in my life, it's nothing but love, Wolf. Like, my life is...
Yeah, I can see that.
It's very,
I can see that. I can see that.
You can see that? You can see that? I don't have to explain?
Yeah.
There's actually
But what
something
if I
called the
want
Lefel challenge where you just play Lolita, but the only skill you're allowed to use is the bulwark.
The Lefel challenge.
Yeah, you just have to deflect everything.
Okay.
Spread hate, not... Wait, what? Spread hate, not love?
Spread love, not hate.
Yeah. Hate is
You know
a
what?
player.
Potato, potato. Tomato, tomato.
Hate is a player.
Oh, yeah, that
He's
is
a
right.
player.
That is right.
Yeah.
Spread hate and get beloy.
Stay innocent.
Stay innocent, exactly.
You're right. Yeah. like that.
Innocent until proven guilty.
Yeah. Okay.
Wait, we're talking about game number 2, right?
Yeah.
All right, let's jump to game number 2. Louis, guys, yay or nay ban?
Definitely
either
ban.
side, either
Definitely ban.
Definitely.
Unless
Unless you're
100%
blue
ban.
side. Unless you're blue side.
But then
Go.
red side, you got to ban it out, right? So we're jumping straight into the pick of bans here. Our Kukira
Okay.
is going to be first pick. Fireflux is going to be second pick. The Angela and Moskov has been banned out. The Chip has been banned as well. So Harif, Ling, as well as Louis. These are the
Louis banned.
three heroes that has to be banned, and Louis banned.
Okay, yeah. Now we're pretty normal. I always say like ban Luyin, ban Chip. We're okay. We can play normal MLBB as we would love to see.
Not playing Portal.
Yep. That's true. RQ should be banned out. Probably the Turizda. Or they want to pick up the Turizda perhaps. So they banned Link.
Or Yuzong. We've seen the Teresa, but we haven't seen the Yuzong. It's always banned or just not picked,
Yeah.
right?
Very difficult hero to deal with. And honestly, with the meta game that we have right now, where we like marksman most of the time, that's definitely one of the bans.
So with the Lu Yi chip ban, let's say maybe we see a maybe we see the Ling ban, we
Yeah.
see possibly Roger or Valentina
Harith.
or something,
Harith.
Harith as well. It feels like the first pick isn't as devastational as it used to be sometimes. Like it feels like there's not as many trade ups
Ooh.
if some of these things are banned out. Like it feels like a lot of teams we've
Okay.
seen the Valentina picked up front just to see what the other team picks, so
Yeah.
you can kind of respond when you're on blue side.
Harith is available.
up front.
Right for Valentina, right?
I get what you mean, the tricks.
It
and
just
I-
doesn't feel as like critical.
Yeah, yeah, I
you know?
understand. It's like okay, yeah, sure. Maybe
There's
the
some
best
room.
thing is like you force your enemies to kind of throw 2 bans and only
Exactly,
one
yeah.
legitimate ban, which is in this case the Faramis. And now you get access to the Harith. Maybe that is the magic of getting the first pick. You have access to the Harith or the Roger. But I would say between the two, I would be more comfortable with the Harith. It's easy to draft around it, you know, and it's a very strong hero. There you
It
go.
is.
And this is what makes the Faramis ban really good for Fireflux, because now they can pick up Roger. They're not that scared about that Nether Realm. So it's like Roger and Arlott that they can pick up. Or
What about
maybe
Valentina?
Roger and
Edith.
Valentina also.
Edith's open too. Nice,
Alright.
nice and flexible. They can go
Yep.
Roger Edith up front, and that gives them tons of flexibility. They can
Yeah.
do jungle gold. They can do EXP
Yeah,
roam.
there's also that Valentina Edith combo wherein if you pick up the Valentina, if you pick up the Edith, you're not scared of the enemy getting the Valentina, which gives the primal wrath to the Valentina, which is also very strong.
Honestly, looking at the lineup, there is a lot of good picks here where, again, the reason why we're talking about the Valentina is because it is still one of the S tier picks down in mid, and it really becomes between both teams what do they want to prioritize, and it looks
Valen.
like it is going
Yeah.
to be the Roger Valentina, and even though RQ, they can pick up the Edith, but again, like you said, with the Primal Wrath, can be on the side of Fireflux.
Yeah. So if you pick up the Harith, you're looking for physical damage. Maybe you secure your Turtles now if you're RQ. And Arlott as well, or interchangeably, just pick up the Arlott and reserve the Turtles
Or
for
take
later.
both.
Or take both.
Or Yuzong.
Or Yuzong.
Yuzong is great versus the Roger, but not so much against the Valentina. You don't want to give that Elder Dragon form as well. So I'm thinking Arlott slash End slash or Terizla. And then maybe get the Fredrin as soon as possible, because Fredrin is a natural answer to the Harith.
Honestly,
Oh, Farsa instead.
something that we do got to talk about is not in the draft. Fireflux roster have been friends for 6 to 7 years. When RQ Akiras, they have been
6
friends.
to 7?
Yeah, RQ
6 to 7.
6 until 7 years, and RQ Akiras, they've been around for 2 to 3 years.
I'm not very happy of the opening for RQ. This is what we call the Harry Potter lineup, where it's all
Harry
just
Potter?
magic. Yeah,
Harry
it's all
Potter.
magic damage. Yeah,
Harry
so you don't have physical damage. This means that Fireflux can easily itemize against it. You can pick up the Edith
Or-
now if you're Fireflux.
What if you end it so fast? Doesn't matter, right?
Yeah.
Right? You only
Like
have
Avada Kedavra there.
Yeah,
Avada-
just Avada Kedavra to the
Avada
face.
Kedavra, and then just end it in. And
Yeah.
game. Avada Kedavra.
Yeah. Yeah, Harith plus the Baksha is definitely not the best combination there is, but we'll see. Again, Edith is available, Fredrin is also available, Firefox can easily just take it. Arlott is good takeaway from RRQ.
I mean, I like the Arla. I think the Riz or even the Yuzong. I feel like against this against the Farza's been kind of surprisingly very, very good.
I agree.
And the fact that it's not picked more than it is, like I feel like it could be a staple almost. But also, maybe it's been a while since teams have gone against the Farza, but like the Riz, the Lapu, the Yuzong are all amazing answers to the Farza, and it feels like a lot of teams have been having trouble closing the distance when that feathered airstrike comes down.
Yeah. Also great versus the Valentina. I think teams have started to realize the value of the Farsa when the Valentina is picked up. So expect this kind of a duality in the coming matches that we have, like Fermis Valentina and Valentina Farsa. In this case, the CC is Van. I don't know how do you actually pronounce CC?
It's actually pronounced as CC.
Yeah.
CC.
And it's funny that
it's
she
not
doesn't have any CC.
I mean, like, technically her current call kind of does when you tie up 2 people.
Yeah,
They can't run away.
It's not a hard CC.
Potato, potato, tomato, tomato, you know? Same difference.
Same difference?
Technically, slow is a CC.
Who are you, LaFell?
Who are you?
I'm
Rafael?
Tony.
Hey, Tony.
You are
Tony.
I'm Tony. For those
Nice
who
to
know,
meet
they
you,
know.
Tony.
Thank you very much.
All right, Terizla on Terizla action. I think both players will want to get their hands on this hero. I still feel that you can ban out Lapu Lapu perhaps, or Yuzong. I think Yuzong is a good ban for Fireflux because again, you're looking for the physical damage.
Yeah, true.
You cannot go all Harry Potter here for
What if they
RQ.
go for something crazy like Paquito again? We keep
Paquito's great.
Paquito's great, but no one really picks it up.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So is he great?
it's better than great.
He's more than great.
You know what? What do we know? You know,
What
we're
do we
just
know?
analysts.
All right,
Yeah.
question. Is this Roger going to be jungler gold lane wolf?
Yeah. At this point, going up against the Harith, I would want it to be. Oh, there it is.
That's the Paquito.
Yeah, I would
Maybe
say
we do
that.
know something. Maybe
Yeah.
we do know something.
I think the Roger is better off in the jungle. If you mean if I were just to pick it up to choose for Fireflux. However, Fireflux is a box kind of team, so I think that they're gonna pick up the utility jungler. I think Fireflux are forced to get the
Adrian?
Fredrin. Oh, there you go. The Grok is gonna be picked up. So this is R.EXP for sure. RRQ can pick up the turtles this time. This makes a lot of sense. If they don't pick it up, I'm gonna be so annoyed. But yeah, to counter the Roger,
What if they pick up something like a Benedetta?
that's okay. Yeah, but that's great. Actually, Takashi also excels in that hero. So Benedetta or Terizla. And then for their roam, Tiger looks good, but so is the Matilda. But you want to look for sustain going up against Roger so that you're all healed up. And there's the Yuzong.
Oh yeah, we forgot Yuzong was a band.
And the
And the
Cho.
Cho.
Okay,
Ooh.
yeah, makes a lot of sense. Now, if you're Fireflux, I believe that you want to go for the Fredrin. But I think the Carmilla is also really good for their hero.
Oh, true. Good combinations all around.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think a lot of possibilities. I mean, no, not a whole lot of gold laners banned out. If they want to try to go jump, I want to see TNZ. I know like they've been running the box, but I'm wondering if they're going to test the limit here. We've been seeing the Ruby gold, but again, Sunshine had such a great game last time on the gold. They want to probably be able to rely on him. It's always kind of felt like Sunshine and Rosa are the major damage carries for the team.
Actually, Julian looks good for Fireflux. Lunox jungle.
Ooh.
Oh no, this is
Lunox
Lunox
gold.
gold.
Nox gold.
Or is it?
I mean, you get the brilliance away from the Mundo and everything. You get the brilliance away from Dragon.
Okay, I love it because Lunox is traditionally an answer to the Harith.
You know what? To our casters, you guys heard it here. Wolf loves it, and we love you. And that's why we want to hear your beautiful voices. Let's throw it to the casters.
Here with us on stage, one of the most beloved players from Fireflux Esports, Rosa, congratulations. It's always great to see you on the international stage. Now, before MSC 2024 started here at Esports World Cup, you made a wish to face RRQ Akira. Wish granted, how does it feel seeing the outcome that you were able to beat them 2-0?
Yani açıkçası ilk günkü oyunumuzda bayağı kötü şeyler yaşandı bizim için. Bunu toparladık o günde ve çok daha iyi bir şekilde bu maça hazırlandık ve elimizden geleni yaparak 2-0 bir şekilde rahat bir şekilde yendik.
So on the first day we were in a bit of an unfortunate situation, but we managed to come back and we achieved a very good result as 0-2.
And a lot of people are happy with that 0-2. Congratulations.
Yeah, especially after, it was a difficult start for you guys yesterday, starting off with an 0-2, but today your win keeps your fire going, that's for sure. So can you tell us how you're feeling going into the next game later on today against EVOS Glory? How are you feeling going into that next series later on?
Şöyle, EVOS yani çok daha zorlu bir rakip ama onlar için de aynı şekilde hazırlandık. Onlarla da aynı şekilde aynı performans göstererek onları da 2-0 bir şekilde mağlup etmeye çalışacağız.
EVOS is a very good team as well. We also consider them being a great challenger for us. We will also do our best to make the best preparation and to be able to achieve the same result, 0-2 also in the next game with them.
And we're looking forward to you replicating what exactly you did today. You have one more matchup coming up later on. Good luck. We'll see you later. And that was Rosa from Fireflux Esports. Now we're going to break it down for you, so we're going to go back to our panel. It's all yours.
Thank you for giving it to us because we have a lot of things to break down. Speaking of which, in this game one, I would say the first 2 minutes, it's basically GG's.
Yeah, I understand why you feel that way, because this is the Lunox as well as the Roger getting everything that they needed to have, right? We can see TNZ getting the second item, Sky Piercer around the 6-minute mark, 7-minute mark, which is very, very fast. And they have reached the critical mass for the jungle Roger very early, and they were playing it so well. And by the way, Apex as well as Alien were just out of this world.
I think the best thing about this game and the past 2 games overall is we finally get to see Fireflux kind of find their rhythm here. I was wondering if TNZ was going to be able to play a damaged jungle, and we finally got to see it, and we got to see him do it wonderfully at that.
Yeah, there was a time where TNZ was playing a lot of damage-dealing junglers from before. I remember the Leo Mord. Yeah, and I think that he's comfortable now. I think we've been conditioned to think that Fireflux can only play the box type of strategy because of the Turkish Delight. But here we are looking at a completely different Fireflux, wherein we can really see them go for the damage build-up, where they're not going to depend on Sunshine to have the damage healing carry. Instead, he went for the Lunox, which in this case is a direct counter to the Harith. At the same time, it provided the damage in the early stages to pave the way for TNZ to go ham afterwards.
You guys want to know how big of a difference that was between the junglers?
How big?
King has 6,000 gold.
Okay.
TNZ has 13,000. So more than double the amount of gold.
It's
right now we're looking at TNZ 926 gold per minute.
Wow.
51,000 damage dealt. King, he took a lot of damage, but again, over twice as much as gold between both junglers.
It's just like how if you compare my net worth to Mirko's net worth.
Yeah, Mirko is like over double than yours.
Exactly.
Wait, what?
Yeah, he is.
He is.
Yeah.
Mirko is.
Hilarious.
Have you seen his belt? His
Yeah.
ties?
His watch?
His watch?
Got the rolly?
Yeah.
Dude, like,
Man.
Mirko is rolling. And speaking of rolling, actually, it's not a good transition. Just one, but for you guys,
That's right, that's
your
right.
opinion matters. Scan the QR code for the broadcast feedback survey and let us know your thoughts. How could I transition that? Rolling, roll on over, and let us know what you think. That's
great.
terrible. That's nah. Thank you, but that's terrible.
Keep
Scat.
the feedback rolling.
Keep the feedback rolling. There you go. Thank you very much, Rex. Again, scan the QR code. Let us know what you guys think so that we can improve. Because together, we're better than great.
Yeah, we're very together.
We're very together. We're a singularity.
Yes.
Singularity.
You know, with that being said, we got to look at the single MVP of this game. Let's look at the Sony MVP of the game, where, again, that was a pretty quick game. And we're looking at the highlights here.
I wonder who the MVP is, because Apex 47 played so well in this game, especially with the Flicker Wild Charge. There was even a time where he dodged death with a conceal play, min-maxing, and then Apex, then Alien is, again, out of this world with these initiations. You're going to see him again with his Finer Slash. Look at that. The right target to go onto as well, Gusta La Gusta, and then eventually initiating for a team many times in this match. And we cannot deny the fact that Rosa also played well. Look at that, how brave the Valentino was, using the Farsa ultimate in front of the enemies.
Yeah, I feel like game one, it was a little easy to see that Rosa was just the star, but this game, it feels like the whole team, you know, brought their A game. This time, it feels like the whole, it was hard to decide. We were talking about MVPs, and we couldn't really come up with one. For me, I feel like TNZ just really showed up. Even though we didn't have no Maniac or Savage, he just taking all the purple buffs, you know, constantly in the face of King and constantly eating up everything on the map. He did wonderful.
I mean, like, here's the thing. Maniacs, Savages, they don't matter. As a roamer, I have to tell this to myself. It's my own mantra. It's the assist that counts. Sometimes deaths are good
you're
too.
a roamer, so...
I'm a roamer, yeah.
Makes sense.
Yeah, also it makes sense. Like,
you don't have to explain, but it makes sense.
But when it was Grok Execute, though, now that's a different story, right? Grok Execute during that
I love
time.
it.
Oh, we love it. As roamers, that's our meta, isn't that right?
Yeah, that is. I mean, like, don't try this at home, but yeah, Grok Execute.
Blame LaFell.
Chef's kiss, Tony.
You know what? Here's the thing. It has been amazing, but Fireflux, they were able to get 2-0, so they look pretty strong, right? But here's the thing. NIP Flash, they were able to beat Fireflux yesterday, so we got to see how NIP Flash plays for today. But as you guys see that they're arriving here, we're going for a short break, but after this, we're going to see NIP Flash playing on the stage. We'll see you guys later. Assalamualaikum and welcome back to the Mid-Season Cup 2024, where this is day number 2 in the group stage. My name is Ophel, alongside me is Wolf and Trex, where you guys are watching EVO's Glory coming up onto the venue, as well as NIP Flash, where again, both teams are looking very strong, but particularly, gotta talk about NIP Flash, where this is going to be the game where I feel like is going to dictate their spot in the group. And we got to talk about how NIP Flash will be playing back-to-back. So they'll be playing 4 games in total.
That's actually true. And for NIP Flash, I think what we witnessed when they faced up against Fireflux was totally different from what we saw from the start of this roster from NIP Flash. Remember, back in February or early March this year, we were kind of disappointed of whatever happened with the NIP Flash in their competition, especially because of the players and the caliber that they have. But right now, after SG that you saw, and now in the group stages of MSC, it's totally different. So I think I'm excited for them. I think this will be very close, at least a 1-1.
You know what? Here's the thing, because like you said, NIP Flash, they have improved quite a lot since the last time that we saw them. Being able to beat out Fireflux, that is something amazing. And because of that, I want to know more, but I can't ask you, Track. I can't ask you, Wolf. You know who I can ask? I can ask our Asus RG reporter, Eterna, what do you have with Diablo? I can't tell. Was she disappointed? I can't tell. I mean, was she? I mean, she wasn't. I mean, okay, this is a free time. Maybe that's not disappointment. Maybe it's disgust.
I mean, this is a turn. She would say that's great. So you would never really know if she likes it.
What?
What was she disappointed for?
But for you guys at home, we got the SBC prediction. Let us know who you guys think is going to win this one. So, again, let us know. Might as well let us know as well. What do you guys think Eterna feels? Because, yeah, it's between disappointment and disgust. Yeah. That's crazy. That's crazy. No. Here's the thing. You know what else is crazy? We're going to go over to the host.
Welcome back to MSC 2024. Earlier, we saw a 2-0 with Fireflux Esports against RRQ Akira. And now
we're going to have our second series of day 2 as we are almost halfway through wrapping up Group A here at MSC 2024 at EWC. And we're going to meet the teams that are going to be taken to the stage and headline our second match of the day.
That's right, and that's EVO's Glory of Indonesia going up against a Singaporean team, NIP Flash. So let's talk about the White Tigers. The White Tigers, it's all about defying obstacles for them this year. Nobody expected them to be able to come here at MSC, but after changing their roster, they went all the way to the grand finals of Indonesia, stepping their way here, getting a key for the Esports World Cup. Let's get to know the White Tigers.
with EWC, you know, we've seen them before. We've seen them yesterday. I think we know what they can offer in terms of performance-wise, I want to say, on the stage here at MSC. And personally, I also want to look at the opposing side. I want to look at their competition coming into this second game. Going up against them, dubbed as the Singapore's all-star lineup, all-star team coming up here to represent their country. They kicked up their group stage with a banger of a first series. Now the question is, are they going to be able to do it again in a flash? Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome NIP Flash. This team, I'm also very excited for them. It is going to be an incredible series, Mara. I was going to ask you, what do you predict? But you know what? I think we should leave that to the studio. So let's head on over to the boys and let them take it away.
See, you know, Sandstorm, it's never good when I have to be the one doing the prediction. So I'm gonna do what the kids call nowadays the adiptates.
Skibbity Wolf, what do you have to say?
I skippity predict that this will be a 1-1.
We haven't seen the 1-1 in a while, huh?
Oh, that's also true.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, the hero.
Oh, the 1-1.
Yeah. Skippity 1-1.
Right over my...
We really need Mercury to translate this one for us. Like, I feel like me and Wolf were, it's a few generations behind.
That's very true.
Yeah.
Let's talk about this. Let's talk about this topic. I don't want to say the words that I want to.
No, the thing is, we don't even know what it means, man. We don't. Okay, you know what I know. You know what I know. I know about Mobile Link. So let's talk about this.
Let's go.
NIP Flash, have they figured out EVO's playstyle? Because we've seen NFL using the assassins won't be involved until he gets his full items, right? So I don't know. Like, what do you think, Wolf? Do you think EVO's glory style is easy to read for NIP Flash?
Definitely not. I believe that for EVO's glory, their playstyle, their draft may be easy to kind of predict because they probably will just settle for their comfort picks. I mean, you are going to see them behind.
Yeah, look at my behind. Not like that, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, I definitely know what you mean. But yeah, I think to answer your question, it is easy to read the draft and the playstyle, maybe not so much. I think we know for sure that there is a pattern that works for EVO's glory, but even I cannot know exactly what they wanted to do sometimes. It kind of feels like they're always just relying on their mechanics or the way that they are trying to get it. So very self-centered when it comes to EVO's glory, the way that they wanted to play Mobile Legends, their own style of play. So it's equally difficult and easy for us to kind of know what they want to do.
So what about you, Tex? Do you read?
I do read occasionally, on a rare occasion.
Got it.
I think what I read out of this situation is I'm wondering, all right, so we saw NIP Flash kind of pull Fireflux apart, essentially. And they really gave them the work. But Fireflux is a much more passive play style. And they even tried to bring the aggression, but I'm wondering, I feel like when I think of EVOS, Annabelle, a little bit more chaos, a little bit more, hyper aggressive in a sense. So I really kind of feel like this game is a toss-up, and whoever gets the jump immediately is probably going to come out.
For me, it's simple. Annabelle, Assassin, good. Annabelle, Fighters, it's a bit of a mixed result because, again, seeing him on the export yesterday, it looks like you can make it make sense, right? You have an export in the jungle and the opposing side, they have a lot of tanky, beefy heroes, and you want to burn them down, but it didn't really work out the way that you wanted to, so... Yeah. Personally for me, Assassins for Annabelle, what do you guys think?
Yeah, that's what I feel like. Like if you're looking at Annabelle playing the export, it's like watching your ball, even like fast pitching. It makes sense for sure for you to do that. But come on, you can't afford the restaurants, you can go 5 9, right? So
yeah, no, it makes sense. I understand.
Fair enough. I think what happens when the lane is banned?
Julia,
how deep does the pool go? What's really viable? Like, is the Hayabusa, we've been seeing it get banned. We know it's a possibility. I think we saw some in some other events.
Yeah.
But after Julian Noland, I mean,
Yeah.
and are those two picks extremely viable? Because have we seen the Julian jungle yet?
We did.
Saw it in Wild.
There was one yesterday. It was
Yeah, I mean, like,
Kyle.
you can't
Carl,
spell,
that was Carl.
you can't spell Julian without win. Julian.
Oh.
Yeah.
So you can't win with Big
No,
Julian.
no,
Sure.
too.
Nolan is, you
Nolan.
can't say no without Nolan, so no victory for you.
Yeah. How that works.
Like, you can't spell Hayabusa without Yay.
No, hi.
Hi. Hi, Yay, Busa.
Can't sell high without
you, Nope, don't.
You can't spell a lot without Lancelot. There you go. Wait, no, that's the other way. No, you can't spell Lancelot without Lancelot. Okay, you know what? I believe Annabelle can do it. I believe he has a lot of assassins, right? Worst comes to worst, even though he ain't below it, maybe use the help.
I will say this: if
What will you do?
if Evos wants to keep this group at a standstill, they have to kind of get the 2-0 here. Even the 1-1 doesn't stop Fireflux exactly. It still keeps them in a very strong position. But if NIP Flash 2-0 is essentially GG's for Evos.
True.
At that point. I guess they could still tie it up.
Yeah.
They could still tie up. If they beat Fireflux later, they would still tie it up.
Yep.
A lot of possibilities for ties, but I think at least putting a game here is extremely important for them.
That's true.
I mean, it's easy, right? Just win.
Just win.
I mean, you see a crystal, you break the crystal, and then that's it. It's not that hard, right? I mean, like, let's talk about the patch update. The reason why we're bringing up all of this assassins is, and again, I kind of feel like, remember what Mirko said. Were we surprised watching Evo's Glory? And the reason why I'm not surprised is, based on the jungle pick, you more or less understand how they're going to move as a team. If it's going to be a jungler, 4-1. If it's not going to be... if it's an assassin jungler, 4-1. If it's like a utility fighter kind of jungle, it's kind of 4-1, but a different 4-1. You get what I'm saying?
It's a splitting 4-1. Like the one is the EXP lane. In this case. Like it's gonna be just splitting the map and then winning the fight for them, and wait for maybe a Benedetta or perhaps a Paquito to join in the fights afterwards. I think the trait that Evo's Glory does never really change, that this brand's factor. It's always like brands should be the one to carry the team afterwards. Surely there will be times where Annabelle is the one that kind of is the key to the game, where he goes for the massive red tree usages, he wins the early game, but eventually they will just want to draft around brands, activate brands all the time. That's why you're going to see a lot of priorities on the marksman heroes when it comes to the Evo's Glory draft. They will be banning out Roger as well as Moskov, and then rush to pick up the Claude afterwards.
So, Trace, what do you think? NMP Flash, maybe just shut down Annabelle or just shut down brands and then clean house?
Yeah, I mean, but they have to shut them down, I think, in the draft first, right? Like we've been talking about, even if they take out the Ling, there's still some other possibilities. And if they want to just shut down Annabelle, do they go for something utility to invade, or do they stick with their more hyper-aggressive? There's a lot of possibilities.
Are they crazy enough to pick up Hilda,
Maybe. I think
we've seen it in the wildcard. It didn't really work out, but it's like crazier things have happened.
Yeah, the point where you pick up the Hilda is to counter the assassins, right? But I think there are more valid options.
Like Cho
and Tigreal are
Tigreal, the Rock as well.
Rock, Minnow, like any heavy CC roamer, I feel like can kind of get the job done. I think what's really big about is your jungler, right? Are you going to pick a more squishy jungler or something that can get up close and personal? A lot of possibilities, I feel like, overall. I'm excited to see how it plays out. I feel like the meta's really starting to form in MSC, like what we see as extreme prio from the point of wild cards to now. But there's also a lot of leeway for picks like Hilda, or for the Lunox gold lane, or, for kind of something a little more off-brand.
The thing that we have to talk about, if NIP Flash wins 2-0 against EVOS, basically no matter what happens, they will advance to the knockout stage. So we saw Diablo said he's excited. Yesterday he didn't play on the main stage. So now on the main stage, he has a girlfriend buff as well. Cry Eterna, but still. It's like, if they got a 2-0 here, they're feeling very good. I mean, they have one more game to play after this, but at least having that comfort to know the worst case scenario is you're going to the next stage.
You know what I love about that interview too is a lot of times you worry about players getting up on that big stage, but Diablo seems like the type of guy who gets hyped up off that, right? He feeds off of the energy of the crowd. He almost feeds off of the nervousness. You know, it's not jitters. You know, it's good jitters. It's I'm ready to go.
Yeah. I think overall, what I would also look like at Mid Flash is the way that they utilize Kurt and Hades. I call him Mark actually. That's why
Call him Mark?
Yeah.
Can we call him Mark?
Yeah, sure. Call him
His
Mark.
friend.
Yeah. I used to secretly coach this team that included Mark.
It's not really secret.
Yeah.
Leo doesn't know. It's not really a secret.
No, that is an
Oh,
allegation. That's I'm not talking about that team.
Sorry.
Oh.
We're not.
So
in a
this
court here.
is
So you were also a secret analysis for another team.
that allegedly, secretly,
Allegedly.
It's a
you know.
horrible open secret. Let me just say that.
I have a
It's
few of those.
It's a horrible open secret.
what are we talking about? I don't know what you're talking about.
What were
Well,
you talking about?
We're talking about Mark.
But yeah, we're talking about Mark.
Yes,
And-
Hades.
Yeah, Hades. Yeah. So you can call him Mark. And
Mark
Jace,
Sluts.
Jace, if you're listening, yeah, sure, you can call him Mark. Mark is one of those veterans that you kind of sleep on all the time. Like you never really put some highlights on him.
Yeah.
And people are not really identifying how good he is as a player. Very happy that he's always now competing internationally. You saw him in M5 back for Flash.
Yep.
And then you saw him like in APL Ice or international teams, but you never really put some spotlight on him. And now, after playing against Fireflux that way and being successful, and now leading the squad of this Singaporean team, now with Kurt, I think this is a player that you also have to put some attention on. Yeah, surely we're hyping up Inevo, but when it comes to like utility junglers that are very reliable on objectives like retributions, you can rely on Hades / Mark.
No, I do agree. Mark now he gets the spotlight. We can put it more like a torchlight, like a flashlight. A flashlight. A
Flash.
Hey!
And then
Well done.
the flashlight.
He's
Well
the
done.
flashlight.
Well done.
Mark, that's your new name. You're the flashlight. It's good, right? I mean, like, the light's on you. You shine the light for the team
That's
to go
right.
through, and then get the W. Like, you're the flashlight.
Yeah.
That's the best one I got today. I don't think we're gonna get any more bangers.
I mean, you've been banging them out.
Dude, I'm a
The tosses, the ad libs, the flashes.
You know what? Coffee today is good.
Coffee is good.
I like the coffee today.
Snack.
Can we have more coffee today?
Oh, you know what? We should. But either ways, going back to this game, I feel like we've got a team here. We gotta look at the junglers here. Mark, Hades, going up against Anvil, not Mark.
Who's got more experience? Who's been around in the scene a bit longer?
Definitely Hades. Definitely.
Hades.
He's part of EPL PH since season 6, actually.
Season 6.
Yeah, so it's been quite a while. Always
It's the
slept on
season
it, so-
before 7.
And isn't it the season
After five.
After 5. It was after season 5 and before season 7.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So it was that season, the one in between 5 and 7. Yeah.
I didn't realize that season 6 was before season 7.
Dude, you would be surprised after you look at all the seasons chronologically. At first it doesn't make sense, but then you're like, you know what?
It's chronological.
How do we become analysts?
Skibidi analysts.
Talking about it, I want to talk about the EXP league because you guys were talking about, I believe the casters as well. I feel like the casters actually brought it up, where the jungle is much more healthier now. You want to play tank, you can. You want to play the fires, you can. You can play the assassins, you can. But when it comes to the EXP, it's really not many options. Like now we even see mages in the gold lane, but when it comes to the EXP, fighters, tanks are nothing.
I guess
Oh wait, technically assassin coming in.
yeah,
from
I think
Vendetta.
we've exclusively seen like trio, like it's it's actually 4. Like Yuzhong, Terizla, Quartet. Yeah, there you go. Thank you for it.
No problem.
Benedetta, Terizla, Arlott, and Yuzhong.
And then they gave Ruby to the gold lane occasionally.
Yeah.
They
I
like
think,
gave up their adopted
Even
child.
the export went to the jungle.
Exactly. The
Yeah.
expert goes to the jungle. Edith is going to the roam,
They're-
but can be played in the XP, but I think mostly picked up as the roamer because of how strong it is. I think this might be the game where, or the series where we can see a different EXP laner, because this is Diablo, you know? The Badang, the Khalid.
Khalid.
Badong.
Badang.
Diablo.
Actually, if I really want to be Malay, it's like Badang.
Badang.
Badang.
Badang.
But I'm okay with calling it Badang.
Not Badang.
Badang.
Nice,
how we say it in the
nice.
Badang.
But dang.
Badang.
It kind of felt like it's not something
good,
that
doesn't
US
it?
people.
Feels good, doesn't
It
it?
kind of feels like something Mirko would say. You know?
Because you know Badang's punch, it will have that impact.
the whole
The
badang.
Give it a
Yeah.
Give it a dang.
Yeah.
The big dang.
The big damn. Shout out to Naisu, Papa Naisu.
What's is Badang a Malaysia
Yeah.
mythical hero or an actual hero?
I think he's an actual person, but mystified, you know?
Mystified.
Mystified, yeah, because
mystery.
he pukes out something and then he eats it and then he becomes strong.
You're kidding, right?
Read the
Story
lore.
time.
It's weird. Puking is involved in backing, and then afterwards he becomes like super buff, and then like any kind of challenges, like he can punch mountains and stuff.
Wow.
And then I believe like
Draft
that was-
time.
Draft time. You know what? Evo's Glory first pick, and NIP Flash second pick. Angela instantly banned out.
Which makes sense.
Angela.
The Angeling, nobody wants to go up against her right now. Terizla finally on the ban list, which is pretty huge, I feel like.
And a priority ban as well. However, this will close out the fact that you ban Chip and Louis as well, so that might be the last true ban for Nip Flash, I would say.
Do we get the Chip Louis trade here? We haven't seen that in a while.
Oh, right.
What if they leave it open?
That's interesting because I don't know what you would take if that is open. I would take the Chip over the Louis.
Really?
Yeah.
I kind of like the Louis.
Okay.
I think I'm on the side of the Louis. But again, I haven't seen the Chip since the Louis
Exactly,
nerf and compared.
No.
Exactly.
Like,
no, here's the thing.
Never mind,
I would compare Chip to a Fanny, where I would say it's very difficult to do. But you know the big difference is, Fanny, if you die alone. Chip, when you make a mistake, you die as a team.
yeah, you
That's
always
true.
pull up with the homies.
Yep.
Chip.
Yep. No, I agree.
The reason why I would pick up the Chip is that there's a lot of good mid laners out there. Like Navaria would be the counter to the Louis if that in that case. Like a Faramis would be great with the Chip as well. That would be a very interesting interaction. But yeah, but this time doesn't matter. Louis is banned, and so will be the Chip. I couldn't imagine NIP Flash giving that up.
Harif has been not winning a lot, huh?
What was it?
Harif, because
Harith.
it was basically a perma ban for quite a while, but now teams are letting it go, and then teams are actually getting those W's.
So in this scenario, you pick up the Ling first, right? Because if this will be Harith, it will immediately be countered by a Ling from NIP Flash. And I'm pretty sure that Mark, aka Hades, played that hero quite a while. But instead, you can pick up something like Valentina if you want to just become very open about it, because Valentina is an answer to both Ling as well as the Harith. So now Evos wants NIP Flash to choose Ling or Harith, or maybe even both, you know?
Yeah. I mean,
Go crazy.
right now, you know, you brought up the Harith Lofel, and I feel like for the first time, Gold Lane doesn't, even though Moskov and Harith are kind of the two mains, it doesn't feel like they're the only choices. It feels like Gold Lane is very open right now. And right here, I like the Roger pick because, like what we've seen, the flexibility from it. They have the Cho to go along with it. And right now, Nip Flash is leaving themselves very open.
Yep. With this Cho as well as this Roger, you're now incentivized to pick up the Roger for the side of Evos. The Harith, because Evos really likes that. Brands also plays that a lot. But I think Ling is just so good to just pass up on, and they pick up the Ruby, which is a direct answer to the Cho.
And the Roger.
And the Roger. Obviously, Ruby counters the Wave the Dragon. You kind of cancel it, the animation. And Roger doesn't want to run around with the Ruby out there. So it will be the Farsas, the answer as of the Valentina.
Yeah,
Looking good for Evo's Glory so far. It's they're getting all of their heroes that they're comfortable with.
which is crazy because lore-wise, I would say Roger. Roger wants to go for the Ruby, right?
Oh,
Little
yeah,
Red
yeah.
Riding Hood, right. But you know, in game, it's like Ruby's the big muscular, you know, gal is looking at Roger. It's like wolf, run away. But either way, we got to talk about the opening here because it does look like NIP Flash kind of wanted Evos to pick up the Ling anyway.
Yeah.
So this is a situation where you're prepared to fight against this. Now it's all about the execution.
Yeah, but the Farza pick is a little scary into a Ling. I feel like there's just a lot of possibilities to get bombed down on, especially knowing the way that we've been seeing Annabelle play. Annabelle's very, I come in about halfway through the fight, or I'm out, I'm in, I'm out, I'm in. So Annabelle's main target right now, wait for Feathered Airstrike to come down and then jump.
Yeah, exactly. That means that if you're EVOS, you're going to be looking for EXP lane bans here, or there you go, the usual. Maybe force Diablo to play an unorthodox hero. I think NIP Flash are still comfortable picking up the Julian as their last pick. Maybe they pick up the EXP lane in their 4th pick. Franco has been banned, maybe a Tigreal ban as well, as it is one of those heroes that Dreams really likes to play and is very adept with it as well.
Since the recent buff to the Cho, have we seen it all in the XP lane as well as roam, or has it just solely been used as a roamer?
Yeah.
Is there some flexibility to it?
Definitely. Not even, not seen in the wild card so far as well as for the group stages, but I think it can be played in the XP definitely, but you'll be surprised how it can be played in the jungle as well.
Ooh. Yeah.
Jungle Cho.
Paquito against Cho, who do you think would win?
Paquito against Cho, like just
EXP.
in a straight up fight?
Before level 4, say level 1, level 2, like that.
Oh wait, in a fight like, oh, we're not talking about real life.
No, yeah.
Before level 4, I think the Cho right now with the recent buff because of what he gets like the stun,
the
all,
stacks,
all the crazy stuff.
No, honestly, he did win. Yeah, he does win. Like watching.
But maybe slight mechanical, right?
No, watching the streamers, Cho is that guy, man. Like the damage coming in from this guy, even as a roam, is spectacular. Now we've seen the bans. Over Franco as well as Grog getting banned. Now Evo's Glory banning out the Yuzong as well as the Masha. So now NIP Flash.
Julian looks good, as well as Arlet. Arlet looks also good for.
What if we see them both go for Ruby Gold or double fighter offlanes for both of them? Double fighter offlanes.
That is highly likely to. Yeah, I like that you brought that up because it's the benefit of getting these support. But of course,
denied.
Hades special going to be the Fredrin. Evos.
I mean, he see values in him.
Yeah, you should.
He should.
Got a 50% win rate right now. The Fredrin, you know, we've been wondering if the Fred's dead. You know, if the Fred is out, but it seems like he's still hanging on for dear life. Game fact, though.
Louis boasts a 100% win rate across 7 games since the wild card stage.
Yeah.
How has she let through been this much?
Yeah.
7 games.
Again, Louis. It's criminal to let go of the Louis without an answer. Look, Evos going to be looking for probably their EXP this time. Arlet looks really good on their composition. So is the Barretts that you actually pair up with the Ling. When the Ling, there he is, the Barretts. Maybe what? You know what? Let's go with the Matilda, but yeah, they did go for the carry this time. Roger versus carry. And if you're looking for a Barrett Scouter, X-Borg looks really good for NIP Flash, or maybe a Benedetta so that they can at least force the carry. Apart from that, there's really not much. Or a CC. What if NIP Flash goes for CC?
It'd be a good answer to the Brats, right?
Yeah, Brats, the Ling in a way.
Be able to dance around. I think I would like to see them with a little more maybe crowd control overall, but there's not a lot of answers for them. I mean, they do have the pick off, right? They have the Cho, but other than that, the Khalid.
Yeah.
Actually good. And it's a good, like, if...
There it is!
King's calling. Mincitar's calling. That's a spicy pick.
I love it.
To go up against the Ling.
Ling Ruby.
Yeah. Like...
Carry as well.
Dude.
It's great.
Casters.
Love it.
We talk about Diablo. Diablo said he's excited. So, Casters, are you excited? We definitely have a lot to say because EVOS Glory was able to win this match and deny NIP Flash from advancing to the knockout stage. They can still advance, but a clean 2-0 is not going to be in the books here. But what do you guys feel about the game?
Yeah, it didn't feel like the NIP Flash are getting all of the good stops in the early stages. I think that they develop a good box around their Fredrin. However, they kind of just let go of the grip. And I think that you can see that EVOS Glory has the better experience as well as the better understanding of this box versus box type of strategy, wherein they're just maintaining their own formation. There will be a clash up top, which we are going to see NIP Flash win horribly just because of the fact that Curtis is not landing shots anymore. Diablo's not getting into the proper spot. This is one of those times where eventually NIP Flash will win a team fight with a triple kill. But around the Lord, because they didn't have Hades to secure that Lord position, they weren't able to do so. So they were already winning after this, but they failed after that good formation.
I mean, even with the good formation, though, I have to point out that EVOS almost consistently held a gold lead there. Or even when they were behind a few kills, they were barely, you know, NIP Flash was never really escaping with it. I don't know if it's because they weren't transitioning those kills into objectives or what the exact goal was. Maybe it was because the Ling was able to really move around the map and stay farmed up. Whereas when NIP Flash wanted to, you know, go for those kills, you have Hades essentially giving up jungle, right? Or not farming his own jungle.
And this is mainly, yeah, you're very true. You nailed it right in the head there. It's Annabelle just getting the farm when everything is just going awry for EVOS. Like, there will be a lot of team fights that NIP Flash will eventually win, but because of the split pushing tactics coming out from Annabelle and his Ling, now we can see that it is very effective when it comes to like just making sure that the farm is always up.
You know what? That was an amazing performance coming in from EVOS Glory because from my perspective, EVOS is one of the pride of Indonesia where out of all the M series, the very first one, the franchise EVOS was able to win that one for Indonesia. And I feel like now they're representing a lot because if they win this MSC, it's really going to bring back the brand to its prominent form, especially looking at Annabelle. He did this, okay? Annabelle is really bringing it to his team because whenever something goes wrong, everyone is willing to throw their own body just so that Annabelle can succeed. And if Annabelle succeeds, the team wins, strikes.
I mean, Annabelle's just been, I feel like even from playoffs to MSC and everything, Annabelle has just been a star player, has kind of grown overall. And at this point, for me, feels like he's part of the brand of not only EVOS, but like Indonesia in general, right? A lot of people like to kind of put the assassins in Indonesia together, you know, the aggressive play style, you know, the in-your-face play style, and that's what Annabelle brings to the stage right now, and I'm all for it.
And we got to talk about NIP Flash as well, even though they lost, but again, they're looking to put Singapore on the map. This is an all-star team coming in from Singapore, and again, the early mid is pretty good, but like we've said, you got an advantage, but they could not hold on to that advantage.
Yeah. It's like they have to consistently keep on doing and making this good formation around the Farsas was the Fredrin. And of course, take advantage of this Minsitar pickup. Because again, niche picks like the Minsitar, which is very much targeted to counter your opponents, he has to have near to perfect execution almost all the time. It's not like a one-size-fits-all or end-all be-all kind of strategy wherein you're always going to win the team fights. Like we saw in one of the fights that happened north of the Lord pit up top, around the Kramer area where the Farsa ultimate was they were able to protect the Farsa, but Curtis, he cannot reach the backliners of EVOS, which then, you know, nullifies big amount of damage. I mean, even if Diablo initiates and keeps everyone in check with the King's Calling, you're not having the damage anyways because Farsa is your main damage dealer. And when you invite the Roger into that spot, Roger should be the one to just clean up because that's the idea of Roger, right? The Farsa will be the damage, but wasn't enough in the end.
And with that, we got to look at our MVP, our Sony MVP of the game, where we are going to continue our conversation because we got to talk about Brands, because I feel like Brands is the MVP for this game. So looking at Sony MVP, 14 KDA, 785 gold per minute, and 82% kill participation. And this guy, we heard turns where I'm playing this game with one hand behind my back. He's got both eyes closed.
I feel like he was kind of the sleeper build this game.
Yeah,
right? Like it took a second, and then once Brands really got online, he was able to shred. And even in terms of just all of the action happening around, you don't see the carry jumping from wall to wall. You don't see the carry chasing down, turning into a Lycan or anything. I mean, was able to just hold position at the right time and pop off.
And again, we're looking at the pride of Indonesia going up against the all-star team coming in from Singapore. Do you think this all-star lineup coming in from NIP Flash, they can get a win over EVO's Glory?
Absolutely. I think it's just that they have to really just brush up some of their the fundamental mistakes that they did. I think apart from banning out the Lui, the Ling also should be banned out. I think the fact that they didn't take it and allow them for them to like just pick it up and then utilize this Min Sitar, which by the way, although it made a lot of sense versus the Ling as well as the Ruby
The
and
Valentina, the carry, basically everyone except
yeah,
Buzz.
but then I don't want to pick up the Min Sitar when there's the Valentina, which we saw earlier today, earlier in the game, where Roger as well as Frederick, they're also dependent on their dashes. And the Valentina now copies the King's Calling. Now you don't have to damage output anymore, the control anymore. It's like you kind of shot yourself in the foot. Like maybe the Min Sitar really, definitely, I really like that pick. I thought it was genius, but then there was a Valentina.
But another problem with the Mincy, right, is you don't really build it bulky, right? You don't really build it tanky, and it felt like every time he went in to drop the King's Calling, he's getting critted by Anavel, he's getting bursted down by the rest of the team, and he just doesn't have enough time to actually do anything or get to the back line or find the exact hero that he needs to actually drop the King's Calling on. It just seemed to be a problem, and in such a bursty meta, can an EXP laner like that actually survive with the lack of movement, with the lack of bulkiness? He's not a thick triple C boy, you know?
Yeah, I would say
Triple C.
they have the right idea, and I would even say the execution was okay. Could have been better, definitely, but it was okay. It's just that, like you say, even I didn't think about it. The Valentina is one of those picks that can really turn things around. So if the Valentina is up, you got to figure out that it could bury your own draft as well. So I would say this is more like, sure, NIP Flash made mistakes, but I think this is more on EVO's Glory understanding how to play the game and capitalizing on the mistakes that NIP Flash had and actually making those mistakes look pretty big for EVO's Glory.
Yeah, I think they have to match fire with fire. I believe that Ling versus utility junglers is very hard to pull off unless you have like Baksha Angela going up against Ling. That could be the way for you to just really take over, but it's not usually the choice. I think they should have matched it with Julian, which I kind of prescribed. Frederick didn't really look good in that game, you know.
Now, I got an update for you guys because if you guys remember, we were talking about STC predictions, and EVOS is actually favored to win against NIP Flash. Shout out to those of you guys who predicted to EVOS because they're up 1-0. So again, lock in your predictions at the where the prediction is supposed to be. So
QR code.
QR code. But here's the thing. They predicted EVOS to win that one, which is great. Which, by the way, you guys can go to GG/esports-world-cup. Again, that's stcc.play.gg/esports-world-cup. Dude, like
You're doing a great job.
Dude, like
Slash dash, dash with slash.
I'm doing martial arts
On the
here,
link.
but yeah, prediction. What do you guys think? Like, help out our audience here. Do you feel like EVO's Glory could get a 2-0?
So it's still a 1-1 for me.
Still a 1-1?
Yeah, it's just fix a drop, match fire with fire. If they want to give the Ling, pick up the Julian or an assassin. If they give the utility, match it up with a utility or something like that. Yeah.
I think with the momentum, EVOS might be able to 2-0 this, and I want to see the groups get even more just tied up. So I'm all in the boat for EVOS taking game number 2.
Yeah. You want that tie? You want like a
I'm trying to hang out here all night.
Like more round robins going on.
Yeah.
You're like, hey, you know what?
Whole way.
All the way, bro.
All the way. Me and you.
All the way.
All the way tonight.
All the way. You know what? Make it until tomorrow.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. But now we got to talk about game number 2, where we saw that EVO's Glory did lose when the Ling gets banned out to the point where they're forced to pick up the X-Borg. So honestly, it could, like, here's the thing. If NIP Flash, again, the all-star team coming in from Singapore, if they ban out the Ling and then they win, what does this mean as a whole? Going up against EVO's Glory, just ban the Lui, ban the Ling, and then you're good?
Like I said, you still have to ban the Lui, number 1. Or maybe secure the blue side this time, perhaps, so that you'll be able to just force first Evos to then ban the Louis. Next is answer the link. So there are a couple of answers. I think their idea of picking up the Cho is I would say admirable, but I think heroes like Tigreal that has a better control would be better. Or maybe just match it with the Julian, So yeah, I think getting the blue side for NIP Flash solves most of their problems.
Most definitely, and the draft is going to be starting, but here's my big question.
Dude, this is so cool.
I want to. we have the replay screen at our feet
you guys
right now.
you
It's
guys don't know
actually
what's
really
going on, but
amazing.
this is so cool.
This is very, very cool, actually. You mentioned the Luyi and the chip. I'm still thinking, what if you ban out the Ling, and again you go for the and you ban out the Roger or something, and you go for the trade on the chip Luyi?
Yeah.
Man, I think I'm waiting to see where the draft really evolves to, because I have a feeling bans might start evolving. And even though Vanix didn't have the greatest game last night, his Roger win like 7-0. 8-0 for a while of the game, so we know that Roger's still a super dangerous pick. This time NIP Flash will be on blue side, so it's actually going to be Evos who are forced to ban out this chip and most likely Luyi.
Yeah. Well, they ban Ling with the chip, Louis, maybe a Fairness ban eventually afterwards. I think a
Moscow.
Okay. In this case, I think if you're NIP Flash, you ban Valentina. Because Evos will not hesitate picking up the Valentina afterwards. So even if you pick up the Luyi, at least you force Evos to be creative, like get the Luyi, get the Novaria, for example, or maybe a Fairness.
We
So I
said
think,
NIP
Valentina.
bans out the Valentina?
Yeah,
Yeah.
NIP.
Well,
And
then
it
I
becomes
think
something like a
Evos
Fairness?
has to ban out the Luyi, right?
Yes.
Like ban out the ban out Valentina, ban out Louis, and it becomes something like a Faramis or Roger.
Yeah.
Roger, I feel like is your best bet up front, right?
That's right. Yeah, Harith obviously.
Harith too, yeah.
I mean, Harris, it's
Yeah,
been
that's-
shaky.
it's-
It's been shaky.
It's sussy.
Like, there's
Sussy.
answers for it now.
A Roger.
Ooh.
Okay. So
They want to contest the Valentina.
they want to contest the Valentina. So it seems. Are you forced to ban the Luyi?
Or do you leave it open and trade for Val? I guess you have to ban.
You
it.
have to ban
If
them.
you're going by coaching Wolf lead analysis of the desk, you ban the Luyi no matter what.
Yes.
I mean,
That's
100% win rate, man. You can't argue with numbers.
It's true.
Yep. Especially in the group stages where a 1-1 is totally different from a
Oh,
0.
Now that's a
Okay.
There you
switch
go.
up.
Okay, so
Can I change my vote? 1-1.
Sure. What are you going for? You feel like it's NIP Flash going to be winning this one?
If they take the
if
they
they
take the
take
Luyi.
Oh, imagine if they don't, right?
I know. Then I'll be like,
Uh,
can I switch my vote again?
if they don't pick up the Luyi, that's again criminal.
Criminal, as Wolf would say.
Yeah.
You belong in
hold
a
your breath.
cell. There it is.
Ah,
There's
they
your
pick up the
Luyi.
Luyi. All right.
Okay, so do you pick up Harith now for brands? I believe so. And another answer is Arlet, actually. So Arlet Harith for Evils, I believe.
Arlot Harith,
Yeah.
definitely solid. And again, you give yourself some flexibility with the Arlot.
Yeah.
Definitely not against it. Roger's gone, so yeah, I think you definitely pick up the Harith here, right? Because no Moskov, no Roger.
Yeah.
And
What if they have this idea they want brands on the Claude? Because we've seen this time and time again where, it may or may
Yeah.
not make sense, but they're like, we got to
Yeah.
give brands the Claude.
It's one of their comfort picks. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
Ooh!
Ruby and Hayabusa immediately.
And that's already kind of foreshadowing a possible Ruby Gold there.
just say-
flexibility.
Foreshadowing
Oh,
the four shadows of
I meant to do
Hayabusa.
that. I meant to do that.
That was totally on purpose.
Totally on
Totally on
purpose.
But yeah, we talked about this pick, right? Because we were talking, okay, if Blaine gets banned out, what other assassins? And Hayabusa is definitely on the table where the farming speed now is just as fast as Nolan. So as good as Nolan is, having the Hayabusa where you can also contest those neutral objectives when you're using your Ogi Shadow Q, you can still use your Retry. That's a big pickup for Evo's Glory.
That's right.
And you have tons of escapability if a weird diversion play comes at you. Not only that, but with the Ruby against something like the Luyi, they want to group up. There's the Paquito.
There's the
Paquito.
Paquito.
Picado.
Paquito, Picado,
And NIP Flash is going to be reserving their cores afterwards, which is kind of smart because Ruby is also a flex pick. In this scenario, you pick up Barretts if you're Evos, or maybe a Terizla. Obviously, Terizla is really, really good in this composition. Or maybe, again, Arlet, which is another flex for Evos if they want to go all-in flex. So I'm thinking like somewhere along the lines of Terizla, Barretts, and Arlet here for Evos.
Honestly, I feel like the Terizla is a good pickup, but it kind of almost shows your Ruby where it's going, right?
Yeah.
Kind of like letting you know this will probably go to the gold, maybe in the wrong position. I feel like you need your mid, so they pick up the Faramis. Faramis is a very good pickup, and then at this point, I would say it's a skill matchup, right? Because the Faramis can get countered by Luyi because you want to group up, but Luyi kind of wants you to group up as well. So with the draft coming in from Evil's Glory, I feel like the thing that I want to say about the draft is that they have options. They don't have a front-to-back kind of composition. They can kind of take whatever they want when it comes to the team fights. Flank, coming from side, like either ways, they have options.
I love options.
Yep.
What do we think this Paquito is, though? Right? Do we think?
Oh,
Do
right.
you think it's jungle, maybe?
I like how you think, boy.
Sky Piercer Paquito in the jungle?
I haven't seen that in pubs and in ranked matches, but I kind of we know that teams actually like it. Look at that Bane ban from Evos. Really wanted to protect this Faramis, which by the way I feel is a very genius idea from Evos. And the reason why is, if you think about the Faramis, it's countered by both Edith as well as Lapu-Lapu, right? And those two heroes can no longer be picked up by NIP Flash because they've already revealed this Grok as well as this Paquito. So Edith as well as Lapu-Lapu are out of the picture, unless of course this Paquito will be eventually a jungler.
Okay, so I think if NIP Flash doesn't ban out the Riz or anything here, doesn't ban too heavy into EXP, there's a higher chance that this Paquito could be a jungler, because they're still looking for an EXP possibly. On the side of Evos, last ban, it's kind of a both teams.
Yeah.
I just feel like a lot of flexibility overall.
Maybe ban the marksman out, like something that can disrupt brands. Like the Harif is still open.
They could ban the Claude because it counters the Faramis, right?
Yeah.
True. But
Claude is
again,
great. Beatrix is also great for NIP Flash.
oh yeah.
I don't think that it will be banned out though, but it is a good pick for NIP Flash eventually if they will pick it up. They banned Baksha, so they're going to be limiting the heroes for Hades, forcing him on Fredrin, which Fredrin really struggles in this case. And we did say the Barrett's Arlet, right, for Evos as their EXP lane choices. And I like the Barrett's ban here. Maybe coupled up with the Terizla ban for NIP Flash.
Yuzong, it's crazy enough, it's still open, which I think is possible to actually disrupt the Luyi.
Yeah, definitely. I think Yuzong, I feel like no matter what, just like a solid pick, right?
Yeah.
Always able to kind of add some utility to your composition. So Evos is going to be first pick here. What do we think they're looking for?
Okay, so I think this will be Arlet.
Or Yuzong.
Or Yuzong, like I said.
I mean, no matter what, they're going to reveal, right, where this Ruby is going. If they pick up a roam, then probably the Ruby is going to the EXP.
Yeah. Or gold.
Or
gold.
Or
Actually,
they just
you know
go, yeah.
At that point, maybe pick up the...
Oh,
They can still pick up a roamer, like a Minotaur.
Benedetta is
Oh, no,
typically
they have-
picked up against the Paquito, so this could also be a... Or maybe, how about an Esmeralda, actually? Evos. Oh, this... Look, Esmeralda's great versus Paquito versus Luyi. Shields in there. And also Grok.
We're theory crafting at this point. We're
Yeah.
This is what the meta is right now. It's like...
I mean, it's
it's
healthy,
a tough
right?
draft. Yeah,
It's
no,
healthy.
it's super healthy.
And it prevents a Harith pickup eventually. Oh, you
But they go for
No.
the Yuzong. Look, sometimes the boring one is the right one. We talked
That's-
about it. The Yuzong can actually do something against this Luyi. And again,
It's great.
the Luyi has a
honestly.
100% win rate. You got to respect it.
Yeah, it's still
great,
possibility though, man. They could still pick up like a roam here and shove Ruby into the gold. The damage Ruby has been pretty vicious, and with the high boost, I mean,
Yeah.
Evo still has a lot of options, and I like the draft right now. They really haven't completely showed their cards just yet.
Carmilla Claude looks like a good closer here for NIP Flash. Harith is also open, but against Hayabusa, you might reconsider that.
Claude's still open.
Yeah, Claude's level. Yeah, Carmilla
And
Claude.
honestly,
Thinking
Beatrix might not be that crazy.
We've been
I mean,
seeing
okay, it's
Beatrix
a bit
too.
difficult against the Yuzong, but
Yeah.
we've seen crazier things.
Or Alpha.
Oh, Alpha carries.
Don't
This
say
is
that
gonna be
hero's name.
Yeah. No, I have a thing about Alpha as well. It's hit or miss for me. Like, if it looks amazing, it looks amazing. But yeah.
Until it falls off halfway through the game.
And this.
Oh, it is Alpha. You guys were saying the hero that
Yeah,
came
yeah.
up.
Evos might just pick up Harith. here.
PTSD.
There's no Harith. There's no legitimate Harith stopper for Evos. So it wins the lane versus the carry. Another good solid pick that is not gonna have any problem is the Lunox that we saw played in the gold lane as well.
Telling you, they're debating, do we go Roam or do we go...
Oh, they pick up the Beatrix themselves.
Well, again, looking at the lineup coming in from NIP Flash as well as EVOS, this is definitely interesting where, for me, the focus is going to be in the jungle because, again, Alpha can look good, but usually Alpha goes up against those tankier junglers. But going up against the Hayabusa, well, we're going to see because we're throwing it over to our casters to cast the second game of NIP Flash going up against EVOS Glory.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, after an intense best of two between EVOS Glory and NIP Flash. And here we have NFL, and honestly, we have a lot of questions for you. Your performance so far in the tournament has been very, very impressive so far. And I do have to ask you, considering your incredible run in MPL Indonesia, making it all the way here to MSC 2024, I want to say, how does it feel playing your first international tournament, considering it's also your rookie season as well?
Jadi dia bertanya dari journey-nya Annabelle sendiri, kan Annabelle season ini kan masuk sebagai rookie. Rasanya gimana sih jadi rookie, bisa jadi grand finalist, terus tiba-tiba bisa represent Indonesia di MSC?
I'm happy for in this Riyadh because I'm so comfort with this country.
Very confident. Very, very confident. And that's what we like to see with the rookies. Now, your last match of today will be against Fireflux Esports. Earlier, they swept RRQ Akira. But you know what they said? They said that EVOS Glory is one of the stronger contenders. So what do you have to say about that? And how do you feel about facing them later?
Jadi kan tadi Fireflux bisa 2-0-in RRQ Akira. Nah, dia juga mention kalau misalkan EVOS di grup kalian itu salah satu tim yang terkuat. Menurut Annabelle gimana, dan mungkin Annabelle punya message atau enggak ada something yang Annabelle pengen kasih tahu ke audience atau mungkin ke Fireflux-nya?
I think we are not the strongest, but we gonna try the best.
And that's what we like to see. We wish you luck for your match later on. So we're going to break that down for you, and we're going to head on over to our panelists.
Not fully sure how to talk about that, but again,
Yeah.
you know what? We'll touch on that a little bit later. For now, we got to look at the highlights here where, again, like our casters have said, after 8 games, Luyi is still 100% win rate. Now, the question really is it because of Luyi or is it because Annabelle does not get the Ling?
Okay, so I don't think it's about the lane, definitely. Was it about the Hayabusa? I feel like it's a very early pick coming out from EVOS. And I still feel that I will stick to my word that I said early yesterday, it's criminal to give up the Luyi at this point, right? So there's no probable trade, and I think that in this scenario where you have
look at
this
this.
alpha,
Oof.
that play with the Paquito, you're basically like airdropping a bomb, basically.
You're airdropping a Diablo.
A Diablo, exactly. Yeah, that's essentially it, and there's really no way to stop this Luyi.
You also got to give it up to Vanix towards the end there. He started to become a problem, and the Yuzong wasn't able to Black Dragon in, wasn't able to create space for the rest of the team because Vanix is just shredding anyone that walks up.
What I feel about this this lineup that they used, especially with the Paquito, which we thought also was really early, was not really answered by EVOS. I guess the farm is awake to kind of stop the bursts coming out from this Paquito, but NIP Flash played in a way that the Faramis, Clockon could not react properly because Clockon has to take care of the Beatrix, for example, as well as his Hayabusa. So there's a lot of stuff that Clockon had to take care of, which meant that the Paquito had a better time just assassinating people from the back.
Yeah, we got to look at Vanix as the highest goal earner, 752 gold per minute. Hades, 59,000 damage dealt to heroes. JPL taking quite a lot of damage, and Dream is having 10 assists. In this game, again, we were talking about how EVOS going up against NIP Flash, Singaporean All-Stars against one of the pride of it. And this is what we've been reacting for before it. This is amazing. This is intense.
There goes JPL. Clockon.
Yeah, again, if we look at a place here, it really is about, if you talk about the draft, like, sure, the Luyi getting first pick is amazing, and Hayabusa is an assassin, and assassins are good going up against these mages that doesn't have a lot of ways to protect themselves. Luyi has a way to protect herself, but not that much, right? But think about this. If you have, quote-unquote, the answer, and the answer is still not enough, maybe you just ban it out.
Yeah, definitely. I think the way that you deal with Luyi is there are a couple of things that I think about, and that's Ling, for example. Yuzhong definitely is an answer to the Luyi, which I feel like is also great. But I think between Arlet and as well as Yuzhong, I would pick up the Arlet because you can just really reset the team fights with your final slash. The Faramis is a definitely answer to the Luyi, but if you think about it, Luyi likes to play against the Faramis because then you can just burst them off with the yin yang combination with the
duality.
the double
We
vacuum.
keep changing the names.
Yep.
The duality is
they have to
correct.
Yin yang
start with
duality,
the-
reaction.
Duality, all right, with the duality because it counters singularity, which is very true, by the way, because if they're very together,
There's
it
two
counter
singularities
duality.
in the duality.
That's right. But yeah, I think the Hayabusa makes a lot of sense. But then you have to remember the patch. Winter Crown is 100% the nerf to Hayabusa. If everybody picks it up with the adaptive damage,
Yeah.
it's hard to play Hayabusa, dude.
Now, it is going to be very difficult to play the Hayabusa when you're going up against Winter Crown, but Winter Crown on our watchers. You guys have the crown. You guys can give us your opinion. Scan the QR code for the broadcast feedback survey and let us know your thoughts because you guys are the king and queens. You guys get to dictate what happens around here. If you guys want more plays on the floor, then you know what? Let us know. We'll make that happen. And now we got to look at the Sony MVP. It looks like it is going to be Hades on that alpha. Or again, giving PTSD. This is one of those heroes that you can be happy and sad at the same time.
All at the same time. I'm happy to see Hades on it. He performed amazingly on it. Show that it's still a hero that can be viable, and maybe it's not always the hero. Maybe you just need a cool name like Hades.
Yeah.
Or Mark.
Or Mark.
Or Mark.
Yeah, Hades played this well because he dealt the most damage despite being an alpha. Remember, this is still a utility jungler, although it deals true damage, and if you play it perfectly, you're just an AoE beast. You're a tank that can run over your opponents. But Hades played it well. I think it's very efficient about his skill usage compared to his Fredrin, where he actually missed a lot of shots in game number 1. This time, it was pretty much on point.
Maybe he's just that kind of guy that if I could just be in front and deal damage, and then because the way that he plays the alpha, he goes in, kites back, goes in, kites back, goes in, kites back. Maybe that's just the way that he wants to play. But again, our Sony MVP, 12 KDA, 80% kills. It probably is Curtizi.
Yeah.
I mean, Curtizi also
I mean,
played an amazing
100%
game.
win rate, right?
This is a diversion.
It's a diversion,
Yeah.
definitely.
It was
Definitely a diversion.
LaFell tried to divert us.
Yeah.
You know what? Here's the thing. Guys at home, I can say whatever I want. Doesn't mean you have to believe me.
Unless you guys put
Nope.
in your feedback and say we don't want
Yes!
LaFell saying whatever he
Please
wants
do that.
anymore.
Don't believe everything you see on the internet. You know what? Things happen. Like Wolf may not be a wolf.
Yeah.
I mean, look at him. By day, he's like this. By night, he could be a Roger. But
Yeah.
don't believe that.
yeah.
Wise words.
This guy, he's Trex.
Yeah, but he's...
But he was
His
born
arms.
millions of years ago.
yeah.
You guys want to see a wolf and a Trex go at it?
Okay, you know what? I think that's a good time to actually go to a break while they duke it out. We're going for a short break because after this, we're going for match number 3. We'll see you guys then. welcome back. You guys are about to see RQ Akira going up against NIP Flash in the second day of group stage in the mid-season Cup 2024. My name is Abdel, alongside me is Lex as well. And here's the thing. Wait, you know what? We're going to see you later because we're going straight to the stage.
That is right. And now, let us welcome back the undisputed kings of Latin America. Ladies and gentlemen, we're not done yet. We saw them get knocked down by Fireflux Esports, but we still have more series to come. Welcome back to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, it is RRQ Akira.
Because RRQ Akira has actually won 7 titles from 8-tier tournaments in Vietnam.
So that's one heck of a record, I'll give them that. And I want to see if they can keep that streak going and build on that momentum in the coming games as well.
Now, they're in danger of getting eliminated should the result be a 0-2 in their next match. And in their next match, they'll be going up against a Singaporean all-star team. We'll welcome back NIP Flash.
Things are getting spicier and spicier here at the Amazon stage when it comes to MSC 2024 at the Esports World Cup. We're only in day 2 of our journey, but today we wrap up Group A and we find out who are the first 2 teams to get promoted and qualified for the knockout stage and who are the 2 teams that will be.
That's right. So will we determine later on, will it be RRQ Akira who will get the point, or will it be NIP Flash? You know, NIP Flash wants to make a statement. This is the Singaporean all-star team. Singapore hasn't had a good track record in terms of international tournaments, but this is the best that they have. Their team that they think will take them to the podium finish, and they did really well in the Singapore MPL season, and they think that's just formality. They're actually ready to take on to see the world. So how about let's get this started? It'll be RRQ Akira versus NIP Flash. Panel, it's all yours.
Very much, and we will definitely receive it. Honestly, let's talk about the story here first, because in the Group A standings, we got to talk about this. If RRQ Akira, because this is the final game for RRQ Akira as well as NIP Flash, if RRQ Akira does not secure any points here, they're going to be the first team to get kicked out.
It's true. I mean, it's kind of difficult for RRQ Akira because we saw them perform well yesterday. I think all fairness, even if it was a 1-1, it was very convincing. They could have won game 1 versus Evos and then lost. But in this, today, Fireflux just really stepped up. RRQ Akira didn't. And you saw some glaring problems in their gameplay. And now they're up against a team that just won a game against Evos. Their momentum is really high. So this is a very difficult spot to be in for RRQ.
I feel like step 1, either of the teams ban out Louis. You know what? This is the notice here. You guys are watching MSC. If you guys can take anything from today, ban Louis. You can confirm?
We confirm, 100%.
Confirm. I think it's also important to say here that RQ is completely out of it. Right? Like if they can 2-0 this,
that's right.
There's a 3-way tie at the end. Pretty much if they 2-0 this, no matter what, there's a 3-way tie.
So again, this is just one of those situations where you just win. It's not a go, just win. In fact, now we're jumping straight into the pick and bans here. And NIP Flash is going to be first big move side. RRQ Akira second bit side. And Angela has been banned off. Again, RRQ Akira, they don't have much of a choice. It's set in stone. Chip and Louis should be banned, and they're betting out the higher first.
I mean, the hair ban up front, I think, is solid because it maybe gives the opportunity for NIP Flash to waste one of their bans on a chip or anything. I don't think they're going to do that. I think they're going to leave it up to RQ. But still, instead of immediately going for some chip for the chip, it does give some. Okay.
on what you learned from RRQ as well as MLB Flash, that they really like their different jumpers. I believe that's also the thing for RRQ. But then again, the shift of like stars will now be difficult because RRQ definitely looks at Takashi, which is the Explain, and for NIP Flash, they're looking at 80s as well as Kurt. Although there's some merit to Diablo, but I think that the Diablo versus Takashi matchup will be Takashi will be looking for meta picks, while Diablo will go for the outside of the meta picks.
Even though we're looking at the pick and ban, but we got an update where if RQ loses 0-2, they get eliminated. If NIP Flash sweeps RQ, they advance to the knockout stage. And if it's a 1-1, technically RQ is still eliminated, but there's a chance for a tiebreaker. So they want to win 2-0, but if they get at least one win, they're still hope.
Yeah. So some possibilities, and so far their track record, they've made some 1-1s happen. NIP Flash is a little warmed up right now, right? There are some possibilities, but yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Okay. With this kind of setup, it's looking really weird, but I think Roger should be the priority for both teams. Look at this. All of the meta heroes are being banned out of the OP heroes, as you would say. If this would be a Faramis or a Roger ban, that would be great for RQ. Otherwise, they leave both open and maybe just ban Valentina so that they themselves can pick up the Faramis on their side.
Valentina can be a solid ban, and I think that's a toss-up, right? Valentina, Roger, Faramis.
That's right.
All possibilities, and whatever's left open, NIP, they're going to leave it all open. How about this?
Yeah. 2 for 1. Exactly.
2 for 1.
Yep. So, NIP Flash, do you pick up Valentina or Roger? That's the, I would say the top 2 picks that you should be looking at in this, the meta game that we have right now.
I would almost prefer the Valentina, more flexibility, because if you pick up the Roger and the opposing side pick up the Faramis, and then you're kind of in trouble.
They pick up Moskov instead, so it's totally different.
Moskov, completely forgot about you.
It's not looking too bad, 57% win rate. We know there's some late game possibilities. RQ decides to take the Valentina in the Roger. Yep, major benefit.
So usually what happens with NIP Flash is that they pick up Farsa, which works really well versus Valentina. But at the same time, you might just settle for a Vexana if you're NIP Flash. And with the presence of this Roger, you're kind of tempted to get the Faramis. But then there's a Valentina, so yeah, they just pick up the Farsa to go with the Benedetta, which they take away from Takashi.
You always got to look at Diablo, man. Like, you have a lot of this quote-unquote meta picks, and he always goes for the different route. Even though Benedetta is technically still part of the meta, but we haven't seen a lot of Benedetta. It does look like for NIP Flash, Diablo is a reliable source of damage where they're like, you know what, you don't have to technically engage for us. We'll set things up, you can finish things off.
I like the EDIF now for RQ, but at the same time, you can just settle for something like Strong, which perfectly answers both Farsa as well as Moskov.
What about Terizla?
Terizla's also great, the standard pick. Of course, Takashi plays it well. Yeah. But I like some dragons, you know? I like some explosions.
I can agree. They decided to go for the Basha instead, so no dragons, no explosions. Most likely, both of those things will get banned out from NIP here. Whereas RQ going to kind of focus in on this jungle.
You ban Frederick, you eventually ban Alpha if you're RQ. Natural, so that you can limit the heroes for Mr. Hades. NIP Flash will be looking to ban the Yujong, as we mentioned earlier. Even when it's almost a hero that's kind of difficult to pull off, I think that it just makes a lot of sense, which is Moskov and Farsa together.
Can I say, is it a crazy idea for RQ here, now that they have the Noxia, they just pick up something like a 4-ready to make sure it gets very, very tanky?
Yes. Florin Roger works so well.
Yeah. We haven't seen a whole lot of support though, at least so far.
At least not for today. We've seen one Florin yesterday by
Yeah, that was Echo.
Yeah.
Liquid Echo. Pakiro, Yuzhong, Teresa also is a good bet for Flash.
I would say the safer one is probably bang out the like Teresa is annoying, but Arlen, of course.
So you can still see a dragon, it's very possible.
Give me a dragon, please! So everybody transforms now for RQ. Like it's a Bastion transforms into Turtle. It's Roger.
Turns into a wolf.
Yeah, Valentina, if he copies the Farsa, turns into a bird.
All the transformations on the floor right
Transformations.
now. NIP, well, NIP still need Roamer here.
Yeah. Okay. So
Minotaur's open still, could be a possibility.
That's
Or like
a
you guys
good
said, they
pick
could
up.
go for something like support. They also need the jungle here.
I'm thinking Edith actually for
Edith.
NIP Flash. Yeah, it looks good. And they also pick up the Lolita, so it's a Lapu Lapu instead.
You guys remember when Lapu, like the Farza Lapu, was always just, no matter what, if Farza got picked, the opposing
The good old
pick up
days.
the Lapu. Well, they're back.
Yep. So, what do you pick up for Hades? Really? Lolita, I think still we pick up the Lolita for NIP Flash. Or the Titor. And yeah, Minotaur looks good.
Oh, Matilda.
That's a fast moving composition.
It is.
That is a very mobile composition right there. I mean, even without the Matilda, it's a pretty mobile composition, but now you have a Matilda added in the mix, and they are going to be everywhere.
Florin and Diggy looks really good for our in this case. Apart from that, yeah, they themselves can pick up the Lolita. I think decent versus Matilda as well as Vinegar. What is the last one? Lolita's great, I think, for RQ. But then if they want to be funky, it's Diggy or Florin.
I do kind of like the funky pick, but I don't feel they will go for it. That's the crazy thing, because now, again, reminder for everyone watching, this is a crucial match. Whoever wins the first game is going to have a lot of momentum, because the Cobra gets picked up, which could be good, but it's really depending on the setup. So
It's great.
Before I pass it over to our casters, just remember, RQ needs 2-0 to survive. NIP Flash needs 2-0 to advance to the knockout stage. And with the stakes being set, we're done here on the panel stand. We're tossing it over to our casters. Dude, what was that game? That was intense, man. Talk about back and forth. In this entire game, I had doubts when I was like, oh, NIP Flash doesn't get this, and then RQ Kira, maybe they don't get this. Like, this is one of the most 50-50est games in a while, Wolf.
Yeah, we saw that there was already the Roger hitting his power spike. This will be a triple kill. But eventually, there will be a shift for NIP Flash. They will not put Hades into the front lines anymore. In fact, it will be their second unit. And this time also, JPL was able to save his teammates many times. And you gotta have to hand it to the winning plays coming out from the Benedetta. I believe that Diablo just really wreaked havoc this time as the gonna be the devil, the Singaporean devil that was a big problem for Gusta Lagusta in the mid game.
I gotta give it to Vanix, man. Vanix, I think even from this last series to this series, Vanix has just found his timings so well throughout these games, especially with that Moskov.
Dude, let's talk about the Singaporean devil here, because we've seen the gold laner being the carry, correct?
Yeah.
We've seen the jungler being the carry hero, correct?
Yes.
But now we're starting to see, even in the EXP lanes, like, yo, let me do the damage. Like, this all-star team coming in from Singapore, they're really diversifying. Say, we don't need Hades to carry, we don't need Vanix to carry. Even Diablo, just give him a damage dealer, he'll do it.
It went in for full damage build. I think the only quote-unquote defensive item here is the Festival of Blood emblem, and then eventually the Rose Gold Meteor. But he went for Sky Piercer, Blade of Despair, all the damage in the world. He knows that he needed to be the problem for Gusta Lagusta, which indeed he was. And Sky Piercer is definitely a good item to have when it comes to damage dealers, like the Benedetta Assassins, for example. I don't know if he got a lot of stacks in there, but I think the 4% mattered so much, even when it was just an assassin, you know?
I mean, like, to be fair, the only tanky ones were Baxia. Takashi, honestly, on the Lapu was pretty tanky. He survived that one engage that I feel like he shouldn't have. At that point, if Diablo chased after him, he could have been done for. But what do you think about the victory for NIP Flash here, Trex?
I think they continue to just kind of show up, I feel like, even, and not only in their gameplay, but in their draft, picking up the Guinevere. They're not scared to kind of break down some boundaries, consistently doing different drafts. It doesn't seem like they're just stuck to one concise play style. Even there, we see some support with them, with the Matilda, and they've been able to just make a lot of things work. Even in terms of earlier late game, they can always kind of find a spike. You can never really count them out, it feels like right now.
A lot of I guess if you just look really deeply into the game, there were a lot of minor mistakes that could have been different for RQ Kira then. For example, Sagan copying the Matilda in the last clash, and obviously Gusta Lagusta in that spot being hit by the Spear of Destruction eventually. The Kufra being completely ignored by entirety of NIP Flash, because we know that the Kufra works well versus Guinevere, versus the Moscow, but what they did was to just ignore him. Allow the bouncing ball to be the front lights. Let's go to the back parts.
I mean, like Trex said, like, even if the Kufra is good, but late game, Moskov goes what?
Brrr.
Goes brrr.
He goes brrr. No, it's got to be a little more brrr.
Brrr.
Brrr.
Oh, he does invest, man. Like, my tongue doesn't work.
Moskov goes brrr.
Brrr. I can't do it.
Brrr.
You got it. We'll get you there.
It's kind of like brr and then bruh.
Exactly.
Brrr.
Yeah, it's very USA, you know.
Either way. It's very USA. We got to talk about how NIP Flash, they have 1 foot across the door here, because one more win and they secure, well, they advance to the knockout stage, where RQ Akira, if they want to survive, and I'm talking about surviving for the chance of a potential tiebreaker, they need to win this one. If they don't, then lights out, it's done.
Yeah, they could have won game number one. I think some of the jitters, again, the nerves really fell into this, especially after losing the matches that you were supposed to win. And I think that loss against Fireflux definitely affected them. They were making mistakes in this game that you will be surprised about.
I mean, with that being said, honestly, we got to look at the MVP of the game, the Sony MVP of the game, where it's Hades. It's probably Hades. Let's actually check out some of the clips here, because again, NIP Flash in the early game, Hades was able to get the advantage, but again, props to RQ Kira for getting the advantage back.
Yeah. So this is one of the more important ones, like the turtle that eventually came into Hades' hands. And then he will feel very comfortable because he has the Matilda frontlining for the team. But then eventually they will learn that frontlining for the Guinevere might not be the best scenario. I think that he might be the second unit. Like allow Matilda to just get the vision and then eventually come in when the coastline is safe, you know?
Yeah, I mean, overall, I think Hades, he bought time in the early game. He made us so the gold never really got away. So even when there were points of RQ, you know, coming back around here in the mid game and even taking the lead, if we take a look at the gold, it's never a huge lead, right? NIP Flash always had a little bit of something in the game. They always had a little skin to deal with.
Yeah, there it is. Definitely Hades. As Mr. Leo would say, a local from Pasay, because Hades' moniker back in the Philippines was Batang Pasay, which means a kid from Pasay.
Oh, that's
basically Pasay is more like a, you know, it's a cutthroat kind of. Part of it is a cutthroat, you know. I wouldn't say it's like hood or something, but yeah, he's a kid from Pasay, and he definitely looked like he's a hoodlum or a gangster in that gameplay, you know.
Interesting choice of words, but either way, is definitely an amazing showcase by our Singaporean All-Stars here, because one more win and they secure to the knockout stage. But we talked about this. When we feel a 1-1 is coming, a 1-1 might be coming. Like, do you guys feel it? Do you guys feel a 1-1?
100%.
I mean, I feel like if it could happen, if any 1-1 could come, it would be Group A.
Yeah, Group A is insane. Group A is the group that could push us to a tiebreaker. Just a very quick one for you guys wondering how the tiebreaker is going to work, where we're basically going to have a best of one round robin, where it depends on the play time. The one with the shorter victory time, you get to relax a bit, but the one with the longer victory time, you guys have to go up head-to-head again. I'm just letting you guys know, just in case if we go for that kind of situation, so you guys can already start discussing it in the comment section. But for now, we have to watch game number 2. RQ wins, there's a chance. There's always a chance for a tiebreaker.
That's right.
And it's crazy. It's not just a 3-way tiebreaker. There's a possibility for a 4-way tiebreaker. Actually, no. Now that it's not a 2-0,
now that it's not.
It's a 3-way tie, but. Nevertheless, I'm just very happy to see the duel between the Astro Thunder, and Singaporean Diablo. I think it's very interesting how they we look at the duel between these two players. We did mention it's like that a triangle between Arlet, Teresa, as well as Yuzhong. But then we saw Benedetta versus Lapu-Lapu in this case. And there was a time where Tekashi won. There was a time where Diablo won. It was a good back and forth between the two XP laners.
Again, I kind of feel like for this game, I almost want to say it's about the draft, but looking at how NIP Flash has been playing, can you really try to figure out the draft? Because I did not see the Guinevere coming, right? They could have more surprise picks, but at this point, I would say that NIP Flash does have a good standing here, so maybe they could hide a little bit of some strats, like maybe don't show every single crazy pick that they have, or you guys feel like might as well let it out?
I mean, with the way they've been playing, I feel like, I don't even know if all of these are exactly pocket strategies. I think they just feel comfortable, and I think we could see a lot more for them. If they 2-0 here, they go on to the bracket. We get into the real best of 5s and things like that. NIP definitely, I think, has, you know, plenty of variety in their system right now.
It's MSC, man. I don't think that you should be hiding strats. There are a few chances. For example, just losing one series 0-2 might just really just forfeit your chances of getting to the playoffs. And then the knockout stages are also, you know, cutthroat because it's a single elimination. So I don't think that hiding strats is valid for any team now.
What if they don't know they're hiding strats?
Well,
right? What if they just don't have the strats yet? Right? You don't know. Maybe they're like, after today, they go play rank here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, and then they're like, yo, Yisun Shin
is the king.
Is the king. Right? Who knows?
Zask is the king, you know?
Zas Jungle.
Zas Jungle.
Okay, they might be too much.
Zas Gold Lane?
But here's the thing, if Zas Jungle happens, clip it. We called it.
Yeah.
You look like a genius.
If it doesn't happen, still clip it because the fell will do push-ups.
No.
Yeah.
No. Anyways, we're about to jump into the draft here where, again, for all intents and purposes, technically, RQ Kira has been eliminated, so now it's more about other teams, you know, like going the way that RQ Kira wants it to be for it to be a tiebreaker, but technically, they're out of the standings.
So what does that mean here? Do we think that they just, do you think they surrender? Do you think all the pressure's gone now and maybe they get the
man.
dub? We see it happen a lot. The
Go
teams that
loco.
are out, yeah, that's
Go loco. Go.
you're
go,
coming with me type of mentality.
Yeah,
you know?
exactly. Exactly.
That happened quite a few times already. I believe it was also it was TOB.
Oh
that
yeah,
did
he
it.
has. Yeah,
Yeah,
you remember that, right?
TOB.
Yeah, I do.
I remember that.
That was
I don't-
Homeboys, right?
I don't like talking about M5.
Why not?
Why not?
Same reason I don't want to. Never mind. Let's take a look at this draft, guys.
Well, either way, the draft is here now. RQ Kira is going to be first pick. NIP Flash, second pick. It looks like the same suspects, the usual suspects. The Angela and Lane getting banned out by RQ Kira, NIP Flash, banning out a chip as well as the Lu Yi. Looking at Gusta using the Roger. The Roger definitely does look strong, but they got to watch out for Diablo. Whatever Diablo picks up, even if you have an S-tier marksman, S-tier gold laner, you can't feel safe.
Yeah.
Especially because he's probably going to be the one using the Sky Piercer. So I feel like the tricky part going up against the Singaporean All-Star is going up against the Singaporean Devil. You know that he's going to be the carry, but you have no idea what kind of heroes he's going to pick up.
Yeah.
He might even pick up Lancelot for all we know.
Oh yeah.
It's crazy, but crazy enough to work.
That's loco. As
That's
you would
very
say.
loco.
I think you probably ban the Roger now if you're NIP Flash, unless you are prepared again for the
Or ban the
for
Faramis.
of Valentina's was the Faramis. Yeah, the Faramis is also one of those heroes that I do like to see.
But I think the Faramis has answers. I don't know if it needs to be like on ban right up front.
Yeah.
I think the Roger's solid. Valentina's open now, and we've seen that be a popular first pick.
Harith as well. I wonder if RQ is interested to get that for their Goldane. I believe he's one of those heroes that are also really good when both Roger as well as Moskov is down, as well as the Link. So it's like you increase the tier of the Harith just because the other heroes are already banned out, so it's difficult to answer now. But I believe NIP Flash, what they usually do with this is go for the Fredrin. So that could be a pickup. Fredrin Arlet perhaps for NIP Flash this time.
Honestly, we have not been seeing a lot of Arlets. I kind of feel like that's also part of the meta shoutout here, where on paper it's good, and we know some teams are excellent with it, but we haven't seen a lot of it. So the Farsa and the Cho is going to be the pickup here.
Yep.
And again, looking at MSC is surprising, maybe because I don't play mid, so I thought this would be a dangerous meta for Farsa, but Farsa has really been flourishing.
Yeah, the access to the crown, I guess, the adaptive, the winter crown is great. Loads of damage, obviously blood wings as well, and it really wins the lane matchup, or winning it by just fast clearing. If you get my
Got it,
it's
got
like it's impossible to freeze the Farsa in the lane because of the rage, which now gives us the idea where you can go for Grok Vexana if you're RQ,
Or
you
you
have
Zong.
advantage for that, or again the dragon.
Right? I mean, like,
It feels like people just aren't first
Right?
phasing
That's
EXPs lately. They're
weird.
letting it all get banned out.
Oh, Fairness. Against a Farsa Cho. Okay, can understand it. I advise against it. This means though that the Harith is just such a good pick now for the side of NIP Flash.
the Harif is good for NIP Flash.
Fredrin, sorry.
Fredrin, all right. Yeah, the Fredrin coming in from... What about Boxia? Is Boxia still an option here? Oh, Hayabusa.
Okay.
Against the Faramis?
No. Okay. Listen. It's weird, but trust me. The Hayabusa can counter Faramis. Sounds weird. You want to know how it works?
How?
You quad shadow on the Faramis, right? And then you don't even need to use your ult. You just have to use basic attack, use your first skill, force out the Netherrealm out first before a major fight, like say Turtle or anything. Basically, you gank commit, use all of the resource, and then once they have nothing, and your cooldowns is much shorter, and then you just fight.
So you're not countering it in a sense of during the fight. You're
Exactly.
trying to force it out before. So if you
Exactly.
can shadow kill onto Saigon here, he pops it to survive, and now it's out before the fight even happens.
I've had this experience. You don't need Ogi Shadow Kill. Even 3 basic
even-
attacks, the Faramis gets very low.
Yeah. There's the Banai Arlet, as we did say that it could be a good pick for side of NIP Flash. I'm still wondering what the mindset is for this Hayabusa. I do know that Hayabusa is great versus Harith, right? And the thing is, Faramis plus Grok very strong in the mid lane, but when it comes to hard CC, they're not that reliable. Obviously, Wild Charge is great, right? Flicker Wild Charge. But against Assassins, that's usually not prescribed because it's definitely difficult to land. For example, a Flicker Wild Charge onto the Hayabusa might be baited easily. So maybe that's the idea why NIP Flash decided to go for this Hayabusa. At the same time, they're kind of hiding their Diablo hero. But I'm still thinking Lapu Lapu is great for NIP Flash. That could be their last pick.
All right, so I mean, NIP, I don't know, I think they could, do they go for gold laner here, right? I think Claude could be the right answer, right?
Claude
to
is
this,
great.
to the Faramis.
Beatrix is great.
Beatrix, decent. I mean, either of those two options. We've seen them both kind of thrive right now in current meta.
That's right.
EXP, for the first time, we aren't seeing the Rizzler or the Dragon banned out right now, unless that ends up being the final ban here. So definitely a good possible answer. RQ, on the other hand, still needs a jungler. They go for like the alpha, like what NIP did against Evos?
Hayabusa, yeah, that could work. Julian also looks good. I think Julian's great versus the Farsa.
But wouldn't that make RQ having too much magical damage, right? Because now they got the
that's true,
right?
Yeah.
The Harry of the Firemen, and then plus the Julian. I'm not against it. Trust me, I'm not against it. It's just that
it's Harry Potter all over again. Yeah.
Harry Potter's dead.
So maybe maybe Nolan.
Oh yeah,
super accurate.
We haven't seen a lot of Nolans, huh?
Yeah. So I'm thinking Beatrix or Claude here for NIP Flash. Another I would say game changer might be Irithel, which I have been forcing a lot in the past few days.
You've been wanting it. You've been like waiting for it.
Good?
Yeah, waiting for the Irithel pop.
Is it good? No.
Okay.
White people are not picking it.
But Wolf wants to see
But
it.
I just want it. Yeah.
He wants to see that augmented reality Irithel.
Exactly.
I don't think we're gonna see it though. So
Ruby is great for Serif.
Rubis.
That's great. In this scenario, you're thinking like, okay, this is Ruby Gold probably, and then the Hayabusa will go to the
I don't know, we've been
jungle.
wrong about Ruby Gold
That's-
past like 3 games in a row. We keep going, this is going to be Ruby Gold, and then they just throw in a gold laner anyway.
That's true.
What if they do something crazy? Cho goes EXP and Ruby goes Roam.
This meta has us all messed up.
No, I mean like this is Diablo. if it's gonna be anyone, it's Diablo.
Yeah. Yuzong works for RQ, I think. They pick up Paquito. No, please don't pick up Paquito. Because what happens now is that this is what we call in the Philippines Esmeralda Ball.
Esmeralda Ball.
Yes. For NIP Flash.
Now we gotta see if Singaporeans call it Esmeraldables. Esmeralable? Esmeralable.
Isa Esmeralda. No, it's
not.
scary. Yeah, it's not. So it's not gold.
It's carryable.
Carryable.
It's carryable. It's definitely carryable. Right now, looking at the drafts here, I would say we had a lot of crazy ideas, but so far it goes to the more standard kind of route.
Yeah, I know. Like we really overthink it.
We really overthink it now. Casters, I hope you guys don't overthink it because we're going to pass it over to you guys. Good luck for this one.
NIP Flash is moving on to the next round. All smiles here from Diablo. You guys are the first team to move on to the knockout stage. I know you're really happy right now. Can you describe to us what's going through your mind right now? How are you feeling?
Definitely very happy to survive this group because initially when I first saw it, I felt that everyone has an equal chance, and we proved that Singapore has just a little bit more chance than them, so we made it through this stage. Yeah, and kudos to all the teams. They all fought well. None of them are easy for me, I feel. Yeah.
And for sure, you're the team to look out for because now you swept your team, so all eyes are on you guys.
Yeah, that's definitely going to add quite a lot of pressure on your shoulders. But I do have to ask, during that first game, it was incredibly close. You guys were a little bit behind, but I want to say the tables turned rather when it came to that Lord steal. So can you take us back to that moment and just tell us what happened the second that moment happened when the Lord was stolen for you guys?
Definitely, even though we weren't in the lead because they were in the lead, but we didn't give up on trying to take the objectives because it's all about the macro game right here in internationals, and we trusted in our jungler to steal the lot, and he did.
Yeah, that he did, and I think we saw it multiple times, not just the one time steal from your jungler. So very well played for you and your team.
You guys are considered the all-star team of Singapore. For sure, everybody in Singapore right now, they're cheering at home. They're so happy with today's result. What exactly is NIP Flash's, what's your, not just your goal, but what are you out to prove in MSC 2024?
Because back in M3, EVOS got top 4, right? So everyone back at home wants Singapore to replicate the same thing. So here we are right now trying to replicate the same thing, and even maybe if God allows, we might even go further. Yeah.
With your performance, there's a high chance that you will get the podium finish. Congratulations once again, Diablo, and to NIP Flash Singapore. You can celebrate for now. They're going to be moving on to the knockout stage. We're going to break it down for you, so we're heading over to our panel.
Oh. You know what? Doesn't matter. We're in the highlights now. Where again, what a game between both teams, and this is one of those games where NIP Flash tried to go for the backdoor. I thought it was going to work out, but it didn't. But still, overall, NIP Flash, what an amazing showing from them.
You know, there were so many parts in this game where in the Philippines we call it throwable. We just put able in.
No, same.
Throwable. So many times it was throwable, and if you're a Singapore fan or fan from Singapore, you're definitely going to be shaking your head over some of the decisions from NIP Flash in the latter parts of the game. Despite them already being comfortable, because we know for sure that winning game 1 was all that mattered, but winning game 2 cements their spot at the playoffs. This one kind of made it shaky, but Courtesy showed up, Hades showed up as well. I don't know how they managed to pull this off, because the last pick carry, I really did question it, because it's up against Faramis. We know for sure that Faramis triumphs over that, and of course Harith wins the lane matchup for Scary, but they made it work. Vanix is a god from now on.
Woof. Let me just say, Carry will lose to Faramis with that attitude. You can't.
Yes, sir. You're right, sir.
If the coach is like, "Can you do it?" He's like, "Yes, I can."
Yes, sir.
You gotta have the right attitude, Wolf.
Yeah, it's all about attitude nowadays.
It's all about attitude. Look at Gusta Lagusta, right? He has the highest goal, highest damage per minute. Luis, highest damage taken per minute. JPL, 9 assists. Now let me talk to you, Trex.
Yes, sir.
Right? Because the caster said we put NIP Flash down. It's like no,
not us.
Okay, who thought NIP Flash would be number 1? Raise their hands. It's all predicted.
Yeah.
Right? I thought it was going to be number 4.
Leo, why would you think?
Wait, what did you say?
No, nothing.
What? Did you say Evil's Glory number 4?
No. See, here's the thing. I got a thing called the curse, so I'm trying to help out my boy. I'm trying to help out my boy, Mirko, you know?
Yeah.
So but yeah, I thought NIP Flash would be number 1 anyways.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, they got Mark.
Get Mark.
Mark is all we need. But
great name.
Either ways, just to confirm to you guys, NIP Flash indeed advances to the knockout stage. Actually, Trex, I gotta shout you out because he did the numbers, and looking at the situation, once they won the first game, yes, they made through the knockout stage. And our ALJ match of the day, that's where we really got to see, like, who's moving on. Is it going to be Evil's Glory, or is it going to be Fireflux? Something about ALJ, man. They knew.
They knew. It's almost like because That's actually crazy. I don't know.
Dude,
Maybe
that's-
I'm nerding out.
that's
Maybe I'm geeking
great.
out. But very rarely do we all get something like that, right?
Yeah.
And the ALJ match of the day is on point today.
They selected the match of the day yesterday. They knew what's gonna happen.
Yeah.
They knew.
Speaking of knowing what's gonna happen, you know what you guys have to do? You guys got to tell us your opinion. Scan the QR code for the broadcast feedback survey and let us know your thoughts. What do you guys think can be improved overall when it comes to the show, from the caster segment, the panelist segment, the host segment? Any way we can improve, we want to improve. And now we got to look at the MVP, the Sony MVP of the game. Honestly, could go to anyone, because look at that game, man. Everyone brought their A game. Even what was like, yo, Vanix a god.
Yeah, Vanix should not have gotten what he was able to get in this game. I think that Diablo was also very confident in this game. Is the EXP Ruby that we are not seeing that much, but he was spectacular. Hades, of course, doing Hades things, really good at assassins, but definitely will be answered for quite a time. And of course, securing the objectives is what matters most. There will be a good Diablo play here later on. I think he's going to be using the Flicker, but eventually will be outplayed by Gusta the Hireth. We'll see.
I mean, a lot of possibilities. I do think, I don't know, Hades, man. I think it's we get to see the Hayabusa work this time,
Yeah.
and actually carry through even into late game. It felt like last time we saw the Hayabusa, it started to fall off a bit, but Hades was a monster from start to finish. But it's Curtizi once again.
Curtizi though.
Yep.
He's Curtizi though in the game. This Farsa reminds me of Uchiha Madara, man. Like, he brings down one meteor and he was like, nice, Onoki. What are you gonna do with the next one?
Nani?
Anoki, yeah.
Onoki,
You don't know, it's okay.
Nani?
He's an old man, kind of like you.
No. Naruto is actually quite old, if you think about it.
Huh?
It is quite old. It is my era.
Yeah, it's your
Like,
era.
Onoki's
No, I'm
the
talking about
first meteor.
Onoki's the old man, right?
Oh. I don't know.
Either ways, we're
We got some
looking-
young kids coming
Yeah,
up
some
to the
young-
stage.
Okay, maybe don't say young kids, but
Yeah.
you know, either
It's the
way,
match of the day.
they're coming in. ALJ match of the day. Fireflux going up against Eva's Glory, the final match of Group A. And what a way to end it, man.
I love it. Evos up against Fireflux. I mean, who would have expected it to come down to this? And
Yeah.
and which way is it
ALJ
going to go? If it goes, and just to kind of lay down the groundwork as well, if it goes 1-1, we go to a game 3, right? Because both
Yeah.
of these teams sitting at 0.
Yeah.
We need
much.
someone to do something.
And with that being said, we're going for a short break. But after this, Fireflux going up against Eva's Glory. Welcome back. It is the final match, the ALJ match of the day. Fireflux Esports coming in, going up against EVOS Glory. Again, this is all about Group A. This is the final match. You guys are still here with me, LaFell, as well as Wolf and Trex, where we've been analyzing all the teams today. And I gotta say, if Group A represents what's gonna happen in Group B, C, and D, we got an entire tournament in our hands because it could really go either way.
Yeah, just about every group. I mean, at first, we all saw the 1-1 format, the best of two, and I maybe questioned a little bit because it's not what we're used to, it's not what we're comfortable with, but I do feel like it's kept this group down to the line. It could probably be the same way for just about any group.
What I always say about best of twos in any other tournament is that every single game matters. Like winning 2-0 is like almost winning 2 series over just one.
Yeah,
being 1-1 is almost as if you lost actually a series, and now being down 0-2, it definitely means like it kind of feels like you lost 2 series in total in a best of 3 set. So that's how important best of 2 series is.
Yeah, honestly, now before going into the game, a few fun facts here. Fireflux has used 16 unique heroes so far. EVOS has used 17 unique heroes so far. And Fireflux's average game time is 15 minutes. EVOS' average game time is 19 minutes. So honestly, if we went for a tiebreaker, perhaps the playstyle of EVOS wanted to get all those farm for Annabelle might have hurt them. So EVOS Glory, if they want this, they gotta win 2-0 to make sure that there's no tiebreaker shenanigans.
Yeah, because game time matters. Like the shortest win time, and obviously that matters a lot. But I think before we think about all those best of 4 tiebreakers, for me, I think that's 12 for Fireflux as well as for EVOS Glory. No mistakes this time. I think Fireflux is very scary to look at what EVOS Glory. The momentum is not that high yet, especially after getting 1-1 all over the place, but Fireflux didn't do that too early today. Wait. A lot of confidence.
Let me set this up for you guys. Imagine this. This isn't a best of 2. It's a best of 3. Because if they go 1-1, they will have an additional best of 1, and the one that will win will actually go through. So we've evolved from best of 2 to now being a best of 3. Imagine that.
It is actually a best of 3.
Right? The match of the day is actually a best of 3, so you just have to play a best of 1 twice. Or maybe you have to win a best of 1.
No.
That's
how you think it's a best of 3. It's a best of 3. That's ALJ match of the day worthy. Where if it comes in 2-0, then that's it. End of story. 1-1, going to third game.
Wise words from LaFell. In life, everything's just a best of 1. That's how you got to look at it. Just focus on the one game.
What I learned most about LaFell is that he thinks that lane matchups are just a matter of attitude.
Yeah, and honestly, right now, I'm sorry to cut you off there because we will be going straight to the stage.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen, after finishing our 3rd series of the day, after seeing NIP Flash taking that #1 spot in Group A here at MSC 2024 at EWC. After eliminating RRQ Akira, and we finally have the first team qualified and the first team eliminated.
Now we have 2 of the final teams in Group A who will duke it out against each other, but only one of them will have the chance to see the world. We will start off with the Bastion of Turkey. They're coming in here in the Amazon stage all fired up after they're sweeping their opponent earlier, their stage rivals RRQ Akira. But now they're off to prove themselves against the last hurdle. Now let's welcome once again Fireflux Esports.
Now, when we're looking at Fireflux, it's gonna be a very tall order for them to I want to say to qualify, because they're gonna be going up against the White Tigers, known in Indonesia as the People's Champions in EVOS Glory. The question is, can they take them down in a 2-0, or like the guys mentioned on the analyst desk, it's a best of 1 that turned into a best of 2 that could potentially be a best of 3. Listen, you guys confused us just as much as you were confused on that studio, so we need you to break it down just a little bit more in a few minutes, because I am a little bit confused as well.
Now, I was talking to one of the members brands of EVOS Glory, and even though this will, well, it might hinder them from going forward, there's a potential chance that there might be a tie later on. They're not feeling nervous at all. They have a lot of respect for Fireflux Esports, but they said they're pretty confident right now. In fact, during the break, they had about a 1 hour break. They went into the players' lounge, went on to play some arcades, ate a little bit, and that's just to get rid of the nervousness. Right now, they're coming on the stage with their mindset pretty confident about today, and they're out to prove themselves. So to break it down for us and to head to our draft, we're gonna head to our panel. Take it away.
You know what, Sandstorm, we got you, man. We love. Let's keep this very simple. First team to win 2 games advances to the knockout stage. How simple is that, right?
Skippity yes.
Yes, skippity yes. Win 2 games and then that's it. You win.
But I do want to disagree with Sandstorm here.
What do you say?
I think it might not be as tall of an order as he said.
Okay.
I would say that these 2 teams are on equal footing right now. I just want to put it out there, Fireflux are not slumps. They are not teams that we can just count out. They have been back-to-back international show-ups.
No. Here's the thing. Whoa. Why are we just wanting to disagree with everyone? Like, Casper saying this, like,
Yeah.
no.
Yeah.
We didn't think that. And now the folks are saying something and then we're like, no. We
That's
think
right.
something else.
I think after 5 years of MLBB, where all of the talents are just always agree at each other, it's now high time to disagree with each
Time
other.
for change.
It's the meta now.
You know what? I disagree with you.
No, you know what? I
with us.
disagree.
Okay, now let's jump into the game. Fireflux gonna be first pick. Now talk about this. Ruby ban. Why is the Ruby ban here? What is
I
this?
disagree.
Okay, you know what? I disagree with the Ruby ban. Why is the Ruby ban?
Maybe they're just going for throw bans. Maybe Fireflux wants to leave things a bit more open.
Yeah.
Wants
the
some
Louis?
trade-ups. Yeah.
Yeah. One, maybe, you know, when I look at, when I try to look at my mind palace and think of the reasons why Ruby will be banned, I think EVOs are comfortable with this flex pick as well. Especially after seeing that it can also actually be in the EXP lane. Also, Ruby just lane is a bad combo because, again, you flex the Ruby, gold lane, roll, and that allows for a lot of comfortability for EVOs. Now, I think Fireflux might be giving away the lane to EVOs. So what might happen here is Louis will be let go, be picked up by Fireflux, then EVOs picks up the lane. But that's crazy though.
Hey, crazy enough to work.
Crazy enough to work, EVOs
mean,
might just ban out Louis.
In the best of 2, every game is very crucial, man. You want to win 2 games here.
The first one to win 2 games.
That.
Oh, you're right.
Throw banners. They use 2 throw bans essentially.
Oh,
the Riz
right.
and the Riz
The Ruby.
and the Ruby. Finally, Angela comes in, but that means Louis is free, and that was the trade-up I think they were looking for. It's like,
Exactly.
listen, you have to ban Angela, or you have to ban Louis, but either way, we're taking one of them.
And what will happen here is that Louis I think will be the first pick here for Fireflux. But there should take he pick up
Oh!
Net!
Oh!
They disagree.
No Ling, no Louis. What if Evo picks up the Ling and the Louis?
If they're about to, Ling.
That's it. No, I think they're not pressed to pick up the Louis yet because the Valentino's
Yeah.
picked anyways. They can
Unless.
just snatch the Moskov. Unless, of course, it's...
Unless it's Valentina Golding.
Yeah, or Jungle.
Yeah.
We saw Blacklist do it way back.
Oh, that was season 10, bro.
Season 10 feels like yesterday.
Anyway,
You can
let's get back to reality for a second.
Yeah. So you pick up you pick up Arlet, I guess, for Fireflux.
Or you want to pick up a boxer if you want a utility jungler now?
Yeah, what if they do utility? What if they just go back to old Fireflux, like support roam?
Yeah,
Like an
Florian.
Estes or something, even something crazy, like just to try to bully.
CC. So that means they will go for Baxia CC. Great combo because of the diversity of the damage sources. Magic from Baxia. CC is also a late gamer. Knowing that you're facing up against both Moskov as well as the lane, and eventually will be the Louis. I think it just makes a lot of sense here to just pick it up if you're Evos.
I agree.
They go Tigreal instead.
Wait, no Louis.
They disagree.
It's just a day of
Well, today is a day of disagreement.
Today,
like,
you know what?
Our predictions are
Okay.
like 0-33 right now.
Here's,
I just want to let you
here's
guys
the thing.
know.
Let's someone has to ban the Louis, right? I mean, Fireflux should ban the
They
Louis, right?
disagree.
No. Fireflux. I mean, like they don't have to pick up the Louis. Now they just ban the Louis.
Yeah, because Implosion plus Louis, Implosion plus double vacuum is
It's very welcoming. It's very together.
yeah, it's very together. It's hard to kind of counter.
It's the force Louis.
Yeah.
Still no Louis ban.
Not stress. Don't be crazy.
There he started.
That's true. They did start it, but you know. For Evos now, what did they ban out here?
Lolita.
Honestly,
Yeah, Middlegar also.
it's already yeah.
It is, man. Right?
Okay, Louis ban and then Evos with some.
I think they're gonna ban some.
Against the
Farza.
Oh, I mean, I call it I call it the Farsa, but okay.
I think you ban.
No, the ban's over.
Yeah, you pick up. Yeah, that's true.
Louis, right?
But you last pick your XP. Louis Tiger is just so good.
I mean, they already have so much movement. Do they really even need a Louis, right? Like, they
Pick up
have a
Louis
Link,
last.
they have a Spirit of Destruction.
Yeah. What else they counter the best? Gagua, perhaps. Nice pick up that one.
What about Aurora? Those give me XP against the same.
There's a couple. Export is great. Fusion is also decent. It doesn't necessarily win, but it's okay. There's an argument for Thames. Of course, the Louis. So how do you counter this? Louis, what gold laner do you pick up? How to counter this? Oh, Beatrix, I guess?
Alright, you know how the Camilla kind of works against the chip? Since everyone wants to drop it right when they teleport? Could that be the same thing instead of what
That could be good. Lolita also is good for Fireflux. They're up there a lot. But do you go to Vario Room? How about Selena for Fireflux?
Now we're reaching. Now we're I mean, this is what Meta's done to us.
We're low. They go up low. So now you're crazy. You need some sort of knockup. He did
Zong.
Drag there, yeah.
Yeah, Yuzong's still up.
Zhong and Vito is
Honestly, but I'm even okay with Thomas.
how about the Esmeralda? No, you need to cut the front line. The Barons is great, actually.
Yeah, Lars gets picked up.
So yeah, we move on. Fireflux. Oh, even moving game one, right?
Yeah.
They have the lead.
You know what? Louis still 100% win here. This is our captures. You know, we just want to keep you guys up to speed. But will Evos win this one? Because, casters, I'm throwing you to our first best of 3. Attention, attention, ladies and gentlemen. Lu Yi has dropped a game. And again, it's on Evo's Glory. They got the Ling as well. This is one of those games where perhaps playing a slower tempo didn't work out for them.
And this is also the part where you know that a team is prepared. Fireflux Impurity, they are so prepared going up against Evos in this case because they gave out the Ling as well as the Moskov. And of course, this Lu Yi that they answered with just one pick. That's going to be the Lolita, which we saw in this game was so effective. Apex 47 just shut down Anavel as well as Brands. Clockun had a lot of great time, but then again, you could see that they close it out really well. But my personal MVP for this is Rosa. What a god.
Yeah, Rosa the god right now. I mean, just a monster overall. It all started in the very beginning. First turtle, Anavel goes for the jump, Finch post to Finch post, and Rosa pulls out a implosion, pulls Anavel from the sky. I mean, just, it feels like Fireflux is getting better and better and better as all of these games go forward.
So apparently the answer to the Ling is the CC as well. At this time, Alien got a lot of farm, ton of farm. Went up against the Barretts, which I understand why Evos picked this Barretts up because they're gonna need a frontliner for both the Ling as well as the Moskov. It makes a lot of sense in the end, but CC is a traditional counter to the Barretts, so that lane is definitely going to be in favor of Alien with the highest GPM now. And then there's also that neat trick where you can actually counter the Ling with the CC. As long as the CC is keeping up with items, you know that the Ling is not gonna have a good time because of the curling call.
But again, I gotta say, as a Lolita main, I love watching Apex 47 using that Lolita, kind of making it so that any kind of engage, like even getting the yin-yang reaction or yin-yang duality or yin-yang this and
Double
that.
vacuum,
Double vacuum, triple vacuum, the skibbity,
Skibbity vacuum.
something. You know, it's like
skibbity.
the Lolita was able to answer a lot of problems that Evo's Glory had.
Yeah.
So Evo's Glory, I feel like after that game loss, because again, this is a best of 3. As long as Evo wins the next one, they do have an opportunity to go to the knockout stage. But I don't know, that game would hit your ego, man. Like you got Ling, you got the Lu Yi, you got a Moskov, and you still can't take home the W.
It's essentially a shopping spree for everything that Evo's Glory likes. They really like to play this Lu Yi for Clockwood, and when you look back at that game, Clockwood was phenomenal. Actually, see all the shots. It's just that in the end, his teammates, they cannot keep up with the tempo that you're seeing coming up from Fireflux. The thing with Moscow plus the Ling is that it's almost a very strong composition. It's actually really, really strong. But we kind of need the bridge to go to the late game. That's why I felt like maybe Farsa would have been good, but it was bad out. Maybe a Vexana could be good because these are the heroes that kind of don't shine anymore because the Lu Yi becomes a star when the Lu Yi is there, and you need to play fast if you're playing Lu Yi, which kind of doesn't connect with the playstyle of Ling plus Moskov.
I mean, now we got to continue our conversation because we're going to look at the Sony MVP of the game, and you guys already threw in your nominations. We heard Rosa, we heard Apex 47, and now we're looking at the highlights here where, again, the tempo coming in from Fireflux is very impressive.
Yeah, I mean, everyone just played so amazing on the team. And you can see here, there was moments when Sunshine was popping off, but it just felt like the whole team was playing as a unit through and through.
Yeah, I can see that in this case. Sunshine will be taken out, but look at the trade coming up from Fireflux. They didn't let go of the tempo. This is an off-cam kill onto Brand. So no matter what happens, there is always pressure that's applied on some parts of the map, even when they lose Sunshine in that trade.
I don't know, man. Looking at the highlights again, impressive work coming in from Fireflux, but I gotta say, Dreams didn't have a lot of good implosions coming in because every single time he actually got an implosion, it gets canceled out. People are able to purify out of it, but dude, Rosa in this game, man, is like
the god.
Performs on the Louis, on the Farsa, and now on the Valentina as well. 16 KDA, dude.
Saw that last clip where he was able to take out Annabelle, eventually chasing him down with a double dash in the first kill. Then he kept on, he actually copied the Louis along the way, TP'd to the Kramer's bush, eventually got another kill for his team. I mean, how good Rosa was in this game. He was juggling between the implosion as well as the diversion to get the most out of this Louis.
Yeah, honestly, again, this is going to be an amazing best of 3, but now we've heard insights from our analyst, Wolf, as well as Strex, but now we got to go over to our ACES ROG reporter. Atrona, what do you have for us?
So we heard from Diablo earlier, but now we get to take a listen to the experience of Hades earlier on. As you know, NIP Flash, they are the first team to be able to secure that slot over to the knockouts here at MSC. So the first thing that I wanted to ask you is, after the few matches that you've played so far in the past 2 days, you guys have been given a new nickname. You guys are now known as the Singaporean Devils. How do you feel about that moniker? Do you like it?
I mean, me and our team, we want to put Singapore in the map. So I think it's a good thing that they calling us the Singaporean Devil, because we are here to prove that Singapore can compete in international.
For sure, finally, right? I
Yeah.
mean, I don't think anyone expected you guys to come this far because, you know, no hard feelings to
Yeah,
you guys,
yeah.
of course, obviously. But like, this is like one of the first times that finally Singapore gets put onto the map. Like,
Yeah.
people were expecting Fireflux to do well and all these other teams, but you guys actually made it there first. So with that in mind, at M5, unfortunately, Team Flash, they were knocked out first in the group stage after that first game that they played. But now you guys are the first ones to actually secure that knockout slot. What do you feel? What happened? Give us a little bit of insight to it. Was it easy? Was it difficult for you? Were you nervous?
I mean, what happened in M5 is we made a lot of mistakes, so we bring it in MSC so we don't do the same mistake. And I think the additional of Diablo, JPL, and Curtizy made it really big impact.
Oh, Hades, can you give us a little, spill? Like, what mistake was it? What made it different this time?
I think the last time is we don't have really a good chemistry, but this team now is, I think we are pretty all close, so I think the chemistry is good now.
I mean, we saw it, right? And there were so many moments where I'm like, what was happening? It seems like everybody was already on the same page. So, of course, best of luck coming forward to the knockouts. But before I let you go, Hades, I have to ask you one more question. We do have 2 more teams that are still struggling here in the group stage, and it will go down to this final match of the day. It's going to be EVO's Glory going head-to-head against Fireflux. Do you have any messages for both of the teams?
Good luck to EVOS and Fireflux. May the best team win.
Oh, okay. All right. May the best team win. Thank you so much,
Thank you.
Singaporean Devil. And I hope we get to see you in the next time.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much to Eterna as well as Hades. Again, good words coming in from them. But for you guys at home, don't forget to lock in your STC predictions for EVOS going up against Fireflux, because again, this is our match of the day. Head on over to stcplay.gg to predict the team that you guys think is going to win, because throughout the day it's been a best of 2, but this time it is a best of 3. Keep in mind that Fireflux did win game number 1. We got to see the changes coming in. Can EVOS bounce back? And I'm going to go on and questioning our analysts. I'm going to start with Trex, actually. Do you think they can bounce back? Do you think EVO's Glory can bounce back?
The possibility is there, but the way, I mean, they got to do it off just straight gameplay. The way that Fireflux did that last draft with willingly giving up the Lu Yi through 5 picks, I mean, all the way to second phase, still didn't ban it. They knew that they were going to get the better in that game. You know, they came into that game very confident, gave them, like we said, they gave them so many powerhouse picks.
Yeah.
And they had an answer for them. So either they've got the code broken, like they just have EVOS figured out right now, but EVOS has to come with something here, and I don't quite know what it is.
For me, they might change the tempo a little bit. I think that they were so all in the late game with Tiger plus a little.
Yeah.
Although it makes a lot of sense. I think, I mean, it was my pipe dream to see a Tiger plus Louis, because that's implosion and double vacuum. That's so much explosions. However, it did not work because of the disconnect between like these 2 mid laners to the overall approach of EVO's Glory in the game. They play very slow, but in this particular case with Moscow plus Link, that's like slow but times 2 slow, you know?
Well, I mean, you know what my dad said
I
in
don't
regards to
know.
this?
Okay.
Technically, EVO's Glory got a good draft, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I remember what my dad said. Just because you're right doesn't mean someone else is wrong. Right? So even though you got a good draft,
Dad.
just because you got a good draft doesn't mean your opponents have a bad draft.
Lafel, why is it that your dad always says the good stuff, all the right things?
I coached him.
You didn't have that experience.
Yeah.
Neither did I.
Yeah. Well, we talked, and you know, in life he just taught me just because you're right doesn't mean someone else is wrong. And in this situation, just because you have a good draft doesn't mean your opponent has a bad draft.
That's true.
Yeah.
I agree.
W Dad.
W Dad. What's your dad's name?
Muhammad Kamal. Or just Kamal.
What? No, I mean like a screen name. Like if you're Lafel, what is
Screen name?
Lafel's dad's
What's
IG?
his IGN?
LaFell's papa.
I'm going to make that my IG.
Okay.
LaFell's
Lafel's papa.
LaFell's papa.
001.
All
Yeah.
right.
Well, again, jumping into the draft, I do agree. They got to figure out that this meta is about picking up the pace. Having control over the turtle is good, but then after the turtle, you got to control the map. So I feel like Fireflux have the right idea here where you guys can have this power picks like the Loyi. We're going to have something like the Lolita to kind of like prevent you from doing what you want to do. And now we're jumping straight into the pick and bans here. Evo's Glory is going to be the first pick. Fireflux is going to be the second pick. Evo's Glory, they themselves banned out the Loyi. So even if it's first pick, they don't want it.
So we know EVOS has to change pace now, right? We know they have to do something different. We've already kind of established that. But with Fireflux on second pick on the red side, and them already showing they don't need a Luyi to win, this is a comfortable spot for them. Like, they don't really care about blue side at this point.
Yeah.
Though I will say Valentina is probably a power pick for them, and I don't think EVOS gives that up. And since they're not banning it, high chance they pick up the Valentina right away.
Yeah, that's a clogged hero. But then again, you open up the Rosa hero, which is a Farsa.
Exactly.
Eventually will be third pick. But then again, you can really solve that with Yu Zhang, which we really sleep on for quite a long time now. So it's definitely one thing that you can consider.
It's crazy how strong Farsa is, and we still don't see a Yuzong. I mean, like, I feel like, okay, here's the thing, Trex. You know, I've been on your.
Oh, the Valentina ban.
You know, I've been on your watch party the other day, and I was talking about how Farsa is kind of like not in a good spot because Yuzong is so strong. But if Yuzong is not going to get picked up, then this Farsa is going to continue looking strong.
Yes, sir. That's the disconnect to me. But what is the first pick here? I think Moskov is open. Ling is also open. Evos being on the blue side means that they get to decide it is going to be Moskov, which gives more merit for Fireflux to get the Farsa this time. And Edith as well looks good. So I'm thinking Edith actually for Fireflux. There's that Arlet as well that can also be picked up by Fireflux.
Can we talk about Rosa for a bit? Because I even remember the previous M series, Rosa was a monster on the Lilia.
Lilia.
So it's kind of like, it doesn't matter what the meta is right now. Just give me any mages. I'll show you how it's done. At this point, I wouldn't be surprised if Rosa is like, you know what, give me the Terizla. Let me show you how Terizla mid works.
It feels like Rosa always has an answer somewhere there. And Fireflux in general has always been known, you know, to not only be able to stick to the meta, but to think a little bit out of the box. You were saying before, you know, the Leomord picks on Tienzi in the past, one of the things that they were able to beat teams like Blacklist with. So I think right now we're keeping it simple. They do pick up the Faramis here. They pick up this Basha, and I think the Faramis is a great pick, especially coming after the Moskov, because Moskov's, you know, not the greatest against someone that can kind of bring everyone back.
But you don't want to expose yourself too much if you're the Moskov. You want to get in there, get out with your dashes. But Evos can answer with either Farsa or Vexana is also good versus the Baksha. In all honesty, I think might just reserve this one thing immediately go for the Alpha, which is the answer to the Baksha, and then the Terizla afterwards. So this means that Fireflux can just close it out with the typical answer to the Terizla, which is the Benedetta, for example, or maybe the Lapu Lapu.
At this point, it looks like it was Glory. They're going with comfort. They're going with what works when their mind does work. Anavel on this Alpha, if nothing else works, put the Alpha on Anavel. And this is good and bad. This is good because this is what Anavel is comfortable with, but this is bad in the terms of they're desperate. They don't have any other options here.
I like this pick from the Xborg, but it means that you're kind of required to ban the Lilia now if you're Fireflux, because it's really good versus both the Faramis as well as the Xborg. I like the Minotaur ban, obviously. It's great for Fireflux.
Not only that, but Fireflux running out of marksman choices here, right? With the Moskov gone, the Claude gone, the Roger gone. We still have something like we saw the Beatrix a few times. What comes after that? You know, if they decide to ban out the Beatrix here, it's like, Brody? They go for the Lolita.
Good ban on the
instead, so.
Lolita. This is perfect. But that opens up the Beatrix.
Harith, no. Wait, no, Harith's banned too.
Yeah, it's banned. So, what else do you answer with a Moskov again?
Carry? Carry
If
feels
there's not-
scary against a alpha.
That's true, but
You have to get so close.
maybe if they pick up Matilda, this could be an Ixia. I suppose the carry, you know. But yeah, Beatrix just sounds really good
Beatrix
for
is solid.
Maybe a Grok here?
Yeah. To go with that, yep. The Grok looks good. Where's the Moskov? Maybe Tigreal actually for Fireflux. Apex 47 really lacks that hero. Not in this tournament, but yeah, in tournaments before. We know that he can play it.
Hey, Grok is still open.
Grok, yeah. Grok, Tigreal, I think are definitely options. They go for that carry we were talking about.
Okay.
Now Evos still needing a mid laner.
Yeah.
Ooh,
oh,
Xavier.
Xavier. Okay.
Wow.
And they eat it. It is really good in this composition for Evos. That's going to be the roamer.
I'm very interested in the Xavier, man. I've heard it's strong, but I haven't seen it just yet.
Well, it kind of gives you something similar to what the Lu Yi provides in
Yeah.
terms of like the duality, right? You get that Mystic Field, you
Yep.
can get some CC, you can kind of lock people down a bit,
Yeah.
and especially against something like the Fermis, things
Yeah.
like this, X-Borg.
So
You can kind of slow them down when they're trying to come down on you.
you want to go Kaja if you're Fireflux, or do you want to go safe with Tigreal and Grok? But Kaja carries great. Pair up with a Faramis, you have they go back to the Grok. Goes back to what works. I think Fireflux's lineup is so composed and so on brand, I would say.
Yeah.
Well, gentlemen, now that the draft has been concluded, again, this is all or nothing for both Evil's Glory and Fireflux. And with that being said, we're throwing it over to Leo and Gideon. It's your turn.
The enemy reaches the battlefield. Smash them! All troops deployed. Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Thank you very much, boys. And that is a wrap on Group A. We have our second team qualifying and making it to the knockout stage of MSC 2024 here at the Esports World Cup. And we have Apex 47 joining us on the stage after getting themselves into the next spot. Now, can you tell us your feelings, your emotions after getting that second spot in the knockout stage, especially after going through such a rough day here in Group A?
Aslında dün bizim için çok kötü bir gündü. İstediğimiz oyunları oynayamadık. Kendi oyunlarımızı sergileyemiyorduk. Ama kendimizi iyi bir şekilde toparlayıp buradaki rakipleri yenebileceğimizi biliyorduk. Bugün buraya çok motivasyonlu bir şekilde geldik. Dünü unuttuk tamamen. Dün aklımızda bile değildi. Bugün hiçbir maçı kaybetmemeye geldik. Çok güzel de öyle oldu. 4 maç üstte kazandık. Gruptan ikinci olarak çıktık galiba. Çok mutluyum.
So yesterday was not the best day for us. We had a rough day indeed, but we managed to come back today, and we have had a great game today. So it has been a great day for us, and I think we are now the second in the group. So I would say that we have had a very good matches today.
That's right, second in the group. And it doesn't matter what happened yesterday. What matters is now, and you ended it with a bang. You're moving on to the knockout stage. Now, if you were to choose anyone that you want to face the most, someone that you're looking forward to seeing, what team would that be?
Ya açıkçası şöyle, ben kimin gelmesinin pek önemi yok çünkü hepsini aynı rakip olarak görüyoruz. Ama rakip seçecek olursak da Endonezya, Filipin değil de farklı bir ülkedeki bir takımla karşılaşmak isteriz.
So for us, they are all great challengers. We see them all as equally important, equally challenging teams. But to choose the country, we would like to perhaps be matched with a competitor that's not from Indonesia or the Philippines, maybe from another country.
Definitely they'll give you a hard time.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's going to be very difficult because I'm pretty sure most of those teams are still going to make it into the knockout stage, but we still have 3 more days to see who are going to make it from groups B, C, and D. But before we let you go, I want to give you this opportunity to say anything to the fans at home watching you guys and supporting you guys in your journey.
Biz desteklerine çok teşekkür ediyorum. Dünü bırakıp bugün de bizim yanımızda olan herkese çok selam gönderiyorum. Sizleri seviyoruz. Türkiye'yi burada en iyi şekilde temsil etmeye çalışacağız.
Thank you very much for supporting us, and I would also like to thank everyone who has supported us to the last minute of today by leaving yesterday behind. So we promise to do the best for Turkey, for our country, and for all our fans.
Congratulations once again, and I have to say, every game you're getting better and better, and we're looking forward to seeing you on the knockout stage. And that concludes our series for Group A, so we're going to break it down for you and head back to our panel. It's all yours.
Thank you very much. And even though Apex 47, he'd say he doesn't want to face off against teams from Indonesia or Philippines, they just defeated the second team of Indonesia, EVOS Glory. So I don't know about you guys, but I think they can bring up a good fight.
Yeah, I think they just want to really just heat up, but I think definitely they have the caliber to do it, especially after showing us that they can defeat a Liu Yiling composition. This time they have shown us that they gave another signature pick to Annabelle and still won with it in a 25-minute match. I think they are really, really onto something here in MSC.
Yeah, I mean, Fireflux has just continued to kind of defy the odds here with a long run through Group A. And even in this game right here, I mean, it goes down to the line. We go, what, 20, 22 plus minutes, and they're able to pull it off. They're able to keep themselves together. And if there's one thing I can think of when I think about Fireflux, you know, it's just that power of will, right?
Yeah.
The drive to be able to lose a game in day one and still come back, go 22 minutes and still come back.
Yeah.
Can I like drop oil on the fire here?
Sure.
Okay, that doesn't work by the LK.
I would say this is a healthy rivalry between EVOS and RRQ because they both love each other so much that they both didn't make it.
Fair enough.
Oil has been
Crazy.
dropped.
Now it works.
Now it works.
Now it works. Now you understand what it
No, I understand.
right? Because again, like it's crazy to think EVOS Glory was one of the favorites. Maybe not for us because we disagree with everyone, right?
Yeah.
But still, Fireflux, day number 1 didn't work out, but day number 2, they definitely showed up.
Rosa showed up again with that lantern. The Sky Piercer didn't work to his, I would say, the idea that he wanted to like, eliminate people. But during that last clash, you saw that after Wishing Lantern was picked up, Dreams really suffered so much. dealt so much damage onto Dreams that Dreams was forced to utilize the ultimate and then eventually lose his immortality. The pokes that came from the Faramis was so painful in the last few minutes of the match. Then that Wishing Lantern last pick coming out from Rosa did work.
Can I say I love our floor?
Yeah.
The floor is great.
Honestly, if we can have this in our room, that would be amazing.
Did you ever think you would stand in the Land of Dawn? We got the LaFell skin here, the MSC LaFell skin in the Land of Dawn, right next to the turtle
You know
pit.
what? I like the way you say it. Have you ever thought that you would stand in the Land of Dawn? I would
very
never.
poetic.
But let's talk about this as well, because you know what? This has been crazy. Group A, it kind of went through how I thought it would, but at the same time, not how I thought it would look like.
I did predict that Fireflux will make it eventually, especially after knowing that they're really good at their play or how they played during their championships, their qualifications to MSC. They look really good, and we know that they have players that have been seasoned already across all of the years that they have been playing together, and it now translates. I was surprised what happened yesterday, for sure, with Fireflux, but today they showed up. They know that they only had to brush off all those jitters, and oh my, their wins today make it so that they look like a top-tier team, you know? Like a top 4 team, I would say.
Well, they're a top 2 team inside of their groups here. And again, that concludes day number 2, but still we have a lot going on for today. And speaking of which, your opinion matters. Scan the QR code for the broadcast feedback survey and let us know your thoughts. We thought that the floor is amazing. I want to bring it home, but what do you guys think? You guys let us know so that we can improve day by day. Any kind of surprises that we've seen today, I feel like we'll get escalated even more because, again, this is just the group stage. We haven't even touched the knockout stage just yet.
Still days away, though.
It's a few days away.
Yeah, you have a lot of groups out to look at. I'm excited to see the group of Beth, as this guy would say.
I would say
that will be tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, group of Beth.
Group of Beth.
Get with the program. People call it Def. If it was the group of D, then sure, group of Def. But no, this is the group of Beth.
Beth.
If it was group C, or group of Seth.
Seth.
Group A would be the group of F. You know, let's look at the MVP. You know, this is going too far. We got to look at our Sony MVP of the game to really see who deserves that MVP. And again, it could go on to anyone. So now we're looking at the highlights.
Very difficult to kind of define who the MVP is. If I were to guess, it probably should be Rosa, but Alien made a lot of good plays as well. TNZ was also instrumental to them catching Clocken in the middle, which was also very important. Alien just escaping death many times and forcing Brands to do this play. He gets out of this, and then the fact that Brands wasn't able to output the damage in that fact was also instrumental. This was the great pickup on Clocken, which was also very important. And then another play will happen where Dreams will be taken out. So a lot of standout plays actually from most of the players that we are going to see. Fluffy being taken out in this clash was also very important for the entirety of Fireflux. So I honestly don't know who the MVP is, but it should be TNZ.
I don't know who it is, but it should be TNZ is the moment it comes out. KD is 7.5, GPM 546, kills 88%. And honestly, one of the highlight plays that I still remember from TNZ, he was able to catch Clockun in the mid lane. Yeah. I feel like that was game winning.
The retribution, yeah, that was game winning for me too.
Most definitely beautiful. I mean, beautiful game. Beautiful game for TNZ. Sorry, I got shocked because we have visitors, guys.
All right. Diversion play.
Hello, everyone. Right now, you guys are here on the analyst panel. Alongside with us is Sunshine. We get to interview him and actually get some of his thoughts. And now, honestly, Sunshine, something that I have to ask. Game number 2, it was back and forth. But in mid lane, you guys were able to catch Clockun, the Xavier. Can you tell us what was the communication when TNZ was able to catch Clockun?
Açıkçası bütün takımdaki oyuncular lane'deki dağılımları ayarlamaya çalışıyordu. Oyuncumuz bir anda o hatayı görünce direkt görünmezlik basıp üstüne koştuk ve öyle bir ileriye geçtik.
So we were really trying to balance out within different players within the game. So when we saw what happened, we used the invisibility option. So this gave us this enabled us to go ahead.
Okay, so I also have a question. Been a big fan since Incendio Supremacy M4. You guys seem like you've grown every year since then. And I'm wondering, what are the end goals here? Do we think we can hit top 4? Do we think we can get to top 2? What was your sight coming into this?
Hedefimiz her zaman kupayı kazanmak ve bunun için çok fazla çaba gösteriyoruz. Turnuvalarda gördükleri gibi ilk 8 bitirdik MSC'de, global turnuvalarda başarı yaptık. Her zaman üstüne koymaya çalışıyoruz. Çok fazla çalışıyoruz. Uykusuzum hatta bu maça. Dün yenildikten sonra hatta 3 maç scrim falan attık. Ve emeğimizin karşılığını alınca da çok mutlu oluyoruz. Gruptan birinci çıkmak isterdik ama olmadı. Ama bir önemi yok. Yine çok mutluyuz.
So we would always like to be at the top. We would always like to win the cup. And yesterday, actually, after the games yesterday, I wasn't able to sleep, for example. So we had 3 trials at our end. So we really prepared very hard. And we also came the 8th place in the previous MSC. So yeah, we always aim for higher next time.
Okay.
And honestly, this time you guys are looking very strong. Now, the final question for you, because we didn't see what happened when you were up against NIP Flash. So I do have to say, what happened in that game and what did you guys learn going up against NIP Flash that you adjusted for today?
Açıkçası Nip Palaş'a karşı birazcık takım iletişimimizde sıkıntılar yaşadık. Bunu genel olarak röportajlarda da söylüyorduk. Bazen bunu da sıkıntı yaşıyorduk. O sıkıntıyı bu maçta çözdük. Dün çok fazla çalıştık bunun hakkında. Bir araya geldik, konuştuk ve bunu başardık ve maça da yansıdı. İletişim harici bazı bireysel hatalarımız da vardı. Beklememe gibi. Takım olarak oynayamadık. Bu iki sorunu da çözünce bu maç güzel bir zaferi elde ettik.
So to be honest, yesterday there were some communication problems. So this is the lesson that we learned from yesterday. And there were also maybe some individual issues within the team, but we have learned from this experience from yesterday, and this is what enabled us to win the victory today.
Okay, with that, a very simple follow-up question. In a knockout stage, do you guys want to fight against NIP Flash again, or you guys don't care and you guys want to move on and fight another team?
Açıkçası sürekli Endonezya'da ve Filipinli takımlarla oynadığımız için onlarla oynamak benim için daha iyi olabilir.
Honestly, it might even be better for us to play against them because we always play against teams from Indonesia and the Philippines.
You know what? That's a W answer. That's a W answer from Sunshine. Thank you very much for you. In fact, give the final camera to him.
Yep.
So, is there anything that you want to say to everyone watching the stream?
Ülkeme seslenmek istiyorum. Bizi destekleyen herkese çok teşekkür ederim. Çok güzel mesaj atıyorlar. Elimizden geldiğince ilerlemeye çalışacağız. Beklemekte olsunlar.
I would like to shout out to my country, and I would really like to thank all of our supporters. We will really do our best, and stay tuned with us, I would say.
Well, stay tuned for Fireflux. And again, big shout outs to them. It has been an amazing matchup, and Fireflux honestly has had an amazing run. We hope for the best in the knockout stage. And whoever's doing the schedule, let's not put them up with Philippines as well as Indonesia. And now we gotta, again, run this through again. Thank you very much, Sunshine. Well, we're moving on to our program. What do you guys think about the interview? He definitely had a lot to say.
Yeah, I think it's nice to have players who are willing to really talk and get into the interviews and, talk about just themselves, the teams they're facing. It's not just all yes, no
yes,
answers.
no.
Yeah. Like the honesty. They would rather face NIP Flash again. I don't think that's possible, but yeah, I think that's a wish list for them, especially because the knockout stages are a single elimination, right? So it's going to be another cutthroat situation.
It's not possible with that kind of attitude.
Yeah,
that's right.
Possible.
You're right.
Come on.
What did we learn today?
Just because the format is shaped so that you don't meet again doesn't mean you won't meet again.
That's right.
Me and LaFell meet again every year.
Yeah.
We weren't meant to.
I might not be here next year. Who knows? Anything's possible with the right kind of attitude. Wait, no, that's the opposite of what I wanted to say. But
well, it's a day of disagreement, so I don't agree with you.
Well, I disagree with your disagreement.
Okay.
You guys are doing so great today.
Thank you very much. I try very hard. But either way,
casters stand.
Real casters.
That is the update for today. Just in case if you guys just tune in, Group A has concluded, and the teams that are moving through is Fireflux as well as NIP Flash, where unfortunately RRQ Akira has been eliminated. The same can be said as EVO's Glory. So I don't know. For you guys at home, I'm not so sure what you guys predicted, but if you guys predicted Fireflux to win this one, well, you guys got it right. And if you guys were the same as us, then we got it right.
Yeah.
It's easy for us. We just disagree with the majority and it works out.
Yeah,
Most of the time.
Most of the time.
Sometimes it doesn't always work out.
Just ask Mirko what do you think and then just go for the opposite. It's like, yo, Mirko, what are you going to eat? And he's like, I'm going to eat rice. Great, I'm going to eat noodles.
Or better yet, don't ask Mirko anything.
Yeah.
You know what? You're right. Because whenever I want to ask him anything, it feels like a battle.
Yeah.
Feels like a battle with it. Mark your calendars. On July 7th, Soul Vessel Series Skin, a Amon Vessel of the Seed, as well as Hanabi Vessel of Rage are slated for a stunning reveal. Don't miss out and just buy it. You know, it's like, don't think, just do. Do first, apologize later. And even if you don't know what to do, just try it out and then hopefully it works out. What else? You will regret all the things that you do not do. Like if you do not get Juicin, which you should, because Juicin, the new Mage Hero, arrives on June 29th. Already arrived with her exclusive pack, Get the Hero and her Ethereal Serenity skin during the launch week for only 469 diamonds. You can also get her skin for only 51 diamonds during the first 14 days. So make sure you guys get it now. Now we're going to look at the group standings to see what has been going on. And we're done with Group A, but Group B, Group C, and Group D is still on the way. Just to reiterate, NIP Flash has 5 wins and 1 loss. Fireflux Esports 4 wins and 2 losses. And with that, 4 points and 2 points each. NIP Flash and Fireflux advances to the knockout stage.
Oh, we already summed it up in the tomorrow. There it is.
Ooh,
this guy's scared.
Another group with a lot on the line here for tomorrow's schedule. We saw Team Spirit, you know, a fan favorite right now, taking the loss yesterday.
I'm surprised, dude.
Homeboys actually get the win over them, which I think is huge for Homeboys. That felt like one of those deciding games.
Yes.
But tomorrow we still got a lot more on the line.
Yeah.
Dude, looking at tomorrow's schedule, I'm a bit nervous. Don't know about you guys.
Nervous for
but,
who?
Nervous for who?
The first game and the last game really got my.
We get it. We get it. Well, how do you feel about it?
How do I feel about it? I'm actually happy that Homeboys is very successful, especially because I thought that their run during the wildcard was meant to be dominant, and I think they had really a fighting chance against SRG. I was surprised that that finals went that way. For Malaysia, and I'm just very happy that I'm seeing a lot of Malaysian teams. Go Malaysia, truly Asia.
Okay, so you're happy they beat Team Spirit.
Yes.
When it comes from
Malaysia,
both, I don't know.
#1.
Okay, guys, can you guys imagine something with me? Imagine this is a key, and then slowly gets crushed. Can you imagine it?
Yeah.
Actually, no, you can't. And with that, we're gonna see the keys actually getting crushed. Producer, roll the tape.
Oh.
Player here. So we want to do
Okay, these are the 2 losing teams because they're out, and their keys will now be crushed by a press, along with their feelings, their dreams, their hopes.
Oh man.
Let's just really lay this down on the field here, because with this key being crushed, their chances at victory here are really just cemented, in fact. And if you guys don't know, these crushed keys actually get thrown into the totem to be encased in resin to show that all the clubs of victory, this is what they had to win over to get there.
Oh man.
It's like bodies on the floor.
Hydraulic press.
Dude, this is suspense. Do it, just do it. Just
a lot
do
of
it.
PSI.
Oh yeah, there it is. Nice little bend.
It will bend and then eventually it will break.
No, they just give it a nice bend.
Yeah.
Dude.
Malleable enough.
Dude, that's painful and cool all at the same time.
Man.
Oh, if that was my team, dude, my heart is crushed.
And then at the end, if your org wins like when you win, you get to keep keys too.
Yeah.
It's a really cool format. I think it's probably one of the most interesting little add-ons to really visualize everything that's happening here and what's at stakes across all of the games happening.
What am I supposed to feel? Should I cry? Should I laugh?
They're not done yet. They're gonna completely crush it.
Oh yeah, they're just gonna keep on going down. We get to watch it all.
Oh, You know what this reminds me of? The video where they
crush things real slow.
No. The videos where the bakers, after they completed their bread, someone scoops it up and makes it into like a. You know what I'm talking about, Wolf?
Actually, no, I don't know what you're talking
Okay, you know what? Never mind.
Done.
Unfortunately. This reminds me of my college when we used to crush the things with we call it the universal tester.
That reminds me of high school.
Do you think the ID casters just really were hurting when they had to watch that?
Yeah.
Let's Give me a sec.
You could run over there and.
I see.
There's some tears. There's some tears.
I see tears. I see
Yeah.
tears. It could be tears or it could be sweat. It's either or.
Both.
Yeah, because they were really sweating during that last round. And for all of those who don't know, we're actually in front of the Basa Indo casters, and they were just they were screaming. We're not even engaging with them.
Dancing.
They were dancing.
They were yelling at us.
Guys.
Yeah, for no reason at all. We're not even like Turkish. I did not understand it at first, but
here's the thing.
yeah,
I feel like tomorrow I could feel what they're feeling.
Do you want me to just not be in the building tomorrow?
He's gonna be right here.
I'm gonna be right here tomorrow. Do you want me to?
Let me just say this. If you're here for tomorrow, one of my shoes is gonna be missing. And it might be right up here, you know what. The place where the sun don't shine. But speaking of which, that's it for today. That's it for Group A. Tomorrow, we'll be continuing. But for now, let's actually catch the Kadia play of the day.
Gam